Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Beach Ball pregame show. Getting ready for Regulators Friday and getting ready to mount up. Right now, the struggles continue for the Long Beach Coast, who are now down in the series 1-2 games. Rather, the Paddleheads have the 2-game advantage after last night's 4-0 shutout. It's the first time they've been shut out at any point in the season. It's tough to have had that happen in front of the home crowd. Right now, the trends for the Long Beach Coast, we have been talking about it across these past pregame shows about the struggle with the offense compared to the upkeeping of the pitching staff. The pitching staff has been great. The offense, they've just been a bit too much in their own head.
Absolutely. Yesterday, it's exemplified by the fact that Long Beach strands 12 runners on base across the game, 9 of them in scoring position, 8 of whom made it to second or third with fewer than 2 outs, and Long Beach ends the game a 4-0 loss with the bases loaded. So there are things going wrong when runners are in scoring position. I don't know if it's a concept of getting overconfident or if Long Beach gets nervous or if yesterday was just a fluke. But while on Regulators night, Warren G may have just hit the east side of the LBC, the hits are not coming through.
Well, actually, in terms of hits last night, they had the exact same amount of hits as the Paddleheads. And getting on base, as you mentioned, is not really the problem. 12 left on base. It's just getting them around right now. Of those 12 left on base last night, by the way, only one inning where nobody got on base. Every single inning, the Long Beach Coast have reached base. Some people entering the hit column a bit more this week than they did last week against the Yuba Sutter Freebirds and the Oakland Ballers. Cooper Vest on an upward trend. But talking about the team in total right now, in the month of August, there has been a bit of a sharp downturn in terms of the team batting average. It's a 30 batting point average drop from the entirety of the month of July. In the month of July, they had a team batting average of 318. Now here in the month of August, we're just about almost 3 weeks through the month of August. Their team batting average now at 288, under that 300 mark. On the homestand here, specifically in these first 9 games in which the Coast have dropped 5 of them, 246 batting average. But here's the
was Cleany allows a hit to his first batter. Double play helps him out of it. Nobody else reaches base on him, and he gives the offense an opportunity in a high leverage situation with a game that is kept within 1 grand slam. You know, my family's in town. I think I've told you about my dad's metric for when a game is lost, and he generally says when it's separated by 2 grand slams, anything closer than that, you still have a chance. And Ryan Fox kept it close to 1 grand slam for Long Beach, which of course is how the game ended with the bases loaded.
And not to mention, Ryan Fox only faced 6 batters in 2 innings. He faced the minimum in both the 8th and the 9th inning, trying to give as much of an opportunity for this offense where 3 of the top 5 power hitters have not hit one out yet here in the month of August. It's only Emilio Corona and Cuba Bess. The other 3 with home runs above double digits have yet to hit one out, either on the road in Glacier or here in this homestand. It's just about connecting with the baseball and maybe furthermore about trying to readjust, because this pitching staff for the Missoula Paddleheads, they don't have velocity. And I think that's maybe what's playing with their minds right now. The past couple of nights, these pitchers, they top out about 87 to 89. So they're used to maybe 90s, lower 90s against somebody like the Oakland Ballers pitching staff or the Yuba Sutter pitching staff. So they're struggling to catch up to not catching up, rather staying back on pitches.
And the scouting reports don't really apply when you're playing a team that is used to pitching in thin air. Now their pitches, which you see up in the mountains, maybe dropping 5 inches of vertical break or moving across the zone for 10 inches. Well, now it's moving to 10 inches of vertical drop and 15 inches across the plate because the air is thicker, the ball can cut more effectively. So whatever Long Beach was studying probably doesn't do justice to what Missoula can actually do when they're not pitching at over a mile of elevation.
And Missoula also only 10 losses in the second half. Their 10th loss coming in the middle game of the first 3. And hopefully for the Long Beach Coast, they can get a couple more losses. But Let's talk about Ryan Fox. You mentioned Ryan Fox, fantastic through the back 2 innings of that game. I spoke with him a little bit about what happened last night in terms of his performance, the overall performance of the team, but then I tried to keep it light and just talk and get to know Ryan Fox. So I hope you enjoy this little segment here coming up right now. Hi, everyone. I'm here with reliever Ryan Fox. Last night, finished out the game, a couple of innings, only allowed 1 hit, no walks. Fantastic work, first off.
Thank you.
And really the past couple of outings, you've just been really dominant on that back end, limiting hits, limiting base runners. You faced the minimum last night. Right now for this bullpen, how are they keeping their esteem up, knowing that, yesterday no runs were on the board? I just have to get that out of the way. How do you guys keep your esteem up?
Right. I think it's just going out there every single day and trying to do your job. You can only control what you do. And even when that comes, you can't control everything that happens. So just going out there and trusting your preparation and just try to keep your team in it and not make it even worse. So
I was hoping to see you get that win because I know that you were heading into the 9th, and there was a little bit of a comeback chase there, but it was unfortunately it fell short. Luckily, there are a couple more games to go. You also played in Idaho Falls last year, so you are familiar how things play out in the Rocky Mountain region. This is the first time a Rocky Mountain region team has come here. Were there different expectations, or did this team kind of go into it saying, this is just another team that we can beat? What was the process like?
Right. It's always cool to see new blood in here. We've been playing the same few teams the whole year. So seeing Missoula come in here, it was really cool, especially last year in Idaho Falls. Like you said, we played them in the playoffs, and we were fortunate enough to knock them out. Good team this year and last year. It's always good to face good competition. We didn't go into it any differently than any other series, though. Just kind of playing our game, and hopefully we can get back to that. But, yeah, we still got a really good group of guys, pitching and hitting. It'll all come around. I'm confident in it. Everyone else is confident in it, too. Just looking forward to that, for that to start clicking.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that out of the way, we got our mind off of it. Let's get to know you a little bit more because, first off, it is very hot right now, and you guys have barely any shade in the bullpen. Do you have a drink of choice, or how do you guys stay cool out there?
My drink of choice is either a Gatorade or water during the game. Before the game, I like an energy drink. Don't want too much of that, though, because it dehydrates you. Yeah. But during the game, definitely water. My energy drink of choice, though, probably either White Monster or there's these new First Form ones. Don't know if you've ever heard of them. But
I actually have, yeah.
They're fantastic. I like all of them. The Fruit Punch one's my favorite, but those are pretty good.
I remember actually a representative of First Form came in and gave us a bunch of free samples with the jackalopes when we were there. So I'm very familiar with that brand.
That's awesome.
Gatorade, favorite flavor?
Orange, for sure. Staple.
Really?
Orange, yes.
That is not something, I don't think I've heard anybody say orange.
It's the original flavor. You gotta go with orange. It's the best.
I thought lemon lime was the original flavor.
I don't know, but I heard it was orange, so it's my favorite.
And that kind of leapfrogs into another thing of how to beat the heat. Otter Pops, or however you want to call it, Freezer Pops. Which one do you typically go for? Like what flavor?
I like the blue one. I'm a big blue dude, but
okay.
Unless it's Gatorade, then it's orange. But
okay.
Yeah, Freeze Pops, whatever, Otter Pops, blue for sure.
Does that trend follow into, say, something like a snow cone?
Yes. Anything like blue raspberry flavored, I'm all over it.
All right. Maybe soda of choice. I don't know if you're drinking much soda these days, but do you have a preference?
I'm not a huge soda drinker, but when I do, I prefer Mr. Pibb Zero Sugar.
That is very specific as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Pibb Zero.
Yeah. Actually, Cole Percival, he's a big advocate for Mr. Pibb Zeros, and I've always liked him, but more recently he's brought a few here and kind of supplied us with them, so that's my go-to.
All right. A couple more snack related, just because it's on my mind. Bus ride. Say you make a stop at a gas station. What are you grabbing?
Ooh, that's a great question. I gotta
Go with like food and a drink, maybe.
I gotta go a chip somewhere in there. So like the Flamin' Hot munchies, like with all the variety. Love those. Then drink. I'm either going with either a normal water or probably like a Gatorade or the Muscle Milk protein drinks. Just keeping it simple, but
Chocolate or vanilla?
vanilla
Okay.
all day.
I agree with that. I'll agree with that. You said water, and I know we've been through this. What brand of water? Because you recall, you did not do well.
I did not. Didn't do well, but typically the Essentia water is my go-to.
And by the way, that reference is a video that we did a little earlier that you can check out on our socials, on our YouTube, where this man tried 6 different waters. And what did you get? Only 2 of them?
2 or 3. I think it was 2.
Yeah. Well, it's neither here nor there. It keeps you hydrated. All right. Last question and a big one. Peanut butter and jelly. What type of jelly? You going strawberry, grape, or other?
I'm going grape. 100% grape.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see the Uncrustables in there.
Yeah.
You guys go through a lot of those. And hopefully that keeps you fueled and motivated for getting back into the win column tonight.
100%. Looking forward to it.
All right. Appreciate you, Ryan.
A couple of interesting suggestions there by Ryan Fox. He likes orange Gatorade the best, which is something
Valid.
like I have never heard of. So maybe
That's a very That's actually an expert pull
I
from
think
Ryan.
only when it's like ice cold, though. I guess that goes for a lot of
Do you
Gatorade.
want warm Gatorade?
Sometimes, yes, but only in rare circumstances.
Whoa, no. Now, hold on.
Okay.
What are these rare circumstances?
I'd say specifically the lemon lime when
What?
yes.
No.
Lemon lime when you're sick, and that warmness coats the back of your throat.
You're drinking Gatorade when you're sick?
Yeah,
Warm Gatorade.
yeah, it coats the throat. Hey, what works? I mean, got the lemon, you got the lime in there. I don't know, the electrolytes, as they would say in Idiocracy. Electrolytes. It's got electrolytes.
Have you heard of this invention called water?
Oh, I love water too. Don't get me wrong.
I go for water when I'm sick.
Well, yeah.
Maybe like tea.
And I did have some
Warm
iced tea.
Gatorade.
I don't know. Anyways, beyond that, also he chose grape jelly for his peanut butter and jelly. I know you have a strong opinion on this.
I understand that I'm in the minority here.
Yes.
This is an unpopular take, but there's no reason to ruin a perfectly good peanut butter sandwich with jelly. You don't need anything besides peanut butter. If you want to add chocolate and make it a dessert, sure, fine. But there is no reason to add anything but the bread and the peanut butter. That's a meal.
You know what? And we'll just
That's a substantial meal right there.
We'll leave it at that. But right now, let's talk about the standings because the Missoula Paddleheads, there are some playoff implications in this series. They're currently 5 games behind the Modesto Roadsters in the second half. The Modesto Roadsters have been on a 2-game losing streak when it seemed like for a long time nobody could beat them. The Freebirds were the only person to beat them through their first 25 games.
Well, Modesto's lost 4 out of its last 5. That's a Roadsters team that was surging but is now hitting the same bump in the road that the Coast are experiencing, except perhaps to a more shocking degree because of how efficient they were. The Coast, oh no, they've lost 3 games twice in the second half. How many other teams go through that 3, 4, 5 times during a month?
Yeah, perspective is big here when you talk about this slump or whatever you call it. Right now, the Coast are the same roster for the most part that they were just about a month ago when they clinched the first half pennant. I was talking with Johnny Pappas about this last night. He was telling me about how the Dodgers recently had a 10-game losing streak. That doesn't take away from the fact that the Dodgers are still the likely team to win the World Series this year with the amount of talent that they have. This team has the talent. They know that. They just have to remind themselves of that.
heading into these final 3 games of this homestand, and then especially on the road when you face a team like Modesto, which they will next week. So let's continue to talk about this standings here. In terms of the overall standings, we've been looking at the Billings Mustangs. The overall standings where the Mustangs are now just a half game behind the Long Beach Coast with 56 wins. They're on a 6-game winning streak right now. They've won 8 of their last 2 games. The Roadsters not too far behind them now. The Coast and the Mustangs have already clinched the playoffs, but right now the Long Beach Coast are hoping to have home field advantage for the championship, so this is another reason why the Coast need to pick it up here.
Absolutely. Well, Billings, even if the Mustangs overtake Long Beach in the overall standings, it doesn't mean a whole lot because Long Beach will still have the advantage of having won the first half. Billings would need to go out and win the second half, and they're behind Modesto by 8 games. But a team to look out for, just for fun, is that the Idaho Falls Chuckers, who finished the first half, tied with Yuba Sutter for the second worst record in the league, they're not out of the picture. If Long Beach can get back to its winning ways and handle Modesto over the rest of this week, and the Chuckers keep up their streak as well, who's to say that a team that started the year, I think, 1-11, could go ahead and maybe sneak into that last spot in the playoffs?
And I think that's courtesy of 2 players for the Idaho Falls Chuckers. Sam Canton, who just broke the all-time Pioneer League RBIs in a single season that was set last year by 2 players, Max Young-Goldberg and Christopher Sargent, last year's MVP. So now Sam Canton might be making that MVP push, as well as Justin Trimble, who was recently the hitter of the month in the Pioneer League. There are a lot of great candidates for MVP. A.J. Shaver of the Billings Mustangs. You could name a few for the Long Beach Coast as well, I'm sure.
A few former Chuckers.
Yeah, and also Zach Volker would be top of mind too, especially if he breaks the record this year. He's only 3 saves away from doing so. So, MVP races are one thing. Playoff races are another. Right now, it's just about winning for the Long Beach Coast before they have to face off against potentially a different Modesto Roadsters than they've seen before, because clearly Modesto has been steamrolling whoever they face, except for somehow the Freebirds.
Well, Freebirds also gave the Coast a run for their money on multiple occasions, so that's definitely an important thing to think about, that Yuba Sutter may be a team near the bottom of the standings, but they show that anyone can win on a given day. I think that's something that this struggling Long Beach team needs to recognize as well. Just because they've lost 2 of the first 3 games of this week, they've lost 4 out of their last 5, doesn't mean that they are worse than Missoula. This is a team of good ball players. Any team can win on any day. You just have to put through the right combination.
And it's time just to play spoiler, too. That is a role that the Long Beach Coast have now. Now that they have that playoff spot, they're going to try and do that for the remainder of these 3 games in this series.
Dare I quote Herb Brooks? We play them 10 times. They might win 9, but not this game. Not tonight.
Well,
tonight, we are the greatest baseball team in the world.
Well, let's see what happens tonight on Regulators Night. First pitch in just a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
Couple of minutes, try a couple of moments. Thanks, Joey. Long Beach rebranding as the Regulators for today, taking on the Missoula PaddleHeads. A former PaddleHead is on the mound. Nick Bautista, the right-hander, pitched for Missoula 2 years ago. started this season in Oakland and now a member of the Long Beach Coast, who again are rebranding for the night in the black and white moniker as the Regulators. Long Beach wearing its white jerseys with the black pinstripes, black shoulders, and the black Gothic lettering arced across the chest for Long Beach Regulators, with the chain link shoreline underneath and the diagonal Gothic numbers on the back. Black caps, script R on the front, black belts, black socks. As for Missoula, wearing the road gray jerseys with the scripted green Missoula across the chest in an orange outline. Same format for the numbers on the back. Wearing the green hats with the floating moose on the front. Righty pitching to a lefty, and Enzo Apodaca. First pitch on the way, he swings and pops it foul to the left side and out of play. And we are underway at 6:36 p.m. Pacific time underneath blue skies, 85 degrees with barely any breeze. Apodaca, the right fielder, followed by Nick Klemp and Bryce Sermonelli. High leg kick. Fastball misses over the shoelaces, 1-1 count. After Sermonelli, the four-hitter is the first baseman, Xavier Casarilla. Nate Vargas at catcher. Will Bermuda is making a return to the lineup at shortstop. He missed yesterday's game. Michael Kazuski in center field. Michael Ball, the second baseman, and Tai Yukamoto rounding things out in left field. Bautista, glove at the belt, kicks home. Swung on and popped up third base side. Benjamin Rosengard chasing, but he runs out of room. 1-2 count. Bautista comes in with a combined ERA of .398 across his time with Oakland and with Long Beach. But it's been much better in a Coast and Regulators uniform because he left his Oakland tenure with an .831 ERA, now down to less than half of that. Bautista settles in. His 1-2. Swing on another pop fly. This one might stay in the ground. Left side and foul. Johnny Pappas, the catcher, chasing it. The third baseman, Rosengard, finding it. He makes the catch on the warning track. Well, Benjamin Rosengard went searching for the pitch before and ran out of room. This time, it stays in the yard, and Long Beach retires the first batter of the game. That brings up Nick Klemp, who yesterday struck through with a 2-run single to cap that 4-run second inning. Missoula winning 4-0. All of the offense performed in that one frame. Righty-righty affair. Bright orange batting gloves of Klemp leaning over the plate in an open stance. Bautista from the stretch. Sways in the changeup for a strike high and away. 0-1 count. And Joey, last time out, Bautista shoved. That was against Yuba Sutter.
Past couple of his last 3 outings, he has done so. Struggled on the road in Glacier.
The right-hander deals. Changeup, same spot, same result, 0-2 count.
But particularly in these uniforms, he has done quite well. 2 cases where he had a 9-strikeout night, a season high for him.
And they were back-to-back. Bautista sets again. A chance for his first strikeout, the 0-2. Check swing, yes sir! Bautista goes back to the well. Klemp checks his swing and is told that he did in fact swing around. Change-up, and you guessed it, change-up. 2 away, top of the first, no score. Long Beach against Missoula. The Paddleheads now bringing up their third baseman, Bryce Sermonelli. Yesterday, 1 for 5. Sermonelli strung through the first hit of the game. Bautista whirls, misses up high and away on the fastball for a 1-0 count. Sermonelli swinging a bright red bat. Settles in, crowding the plate. A .380 hitter. Par for the course for this team, by the way. 1-0. Swung on and nubbed to the back netting. Missoula enjoying the services of 7 batters hitting above .350. 13 above .300. Their team batting line this season stands at .334, 4th best in the league. 1-1. High and outside, 2-1 count. Sermonelli, a college teammate of Long Beach's right fielder, Matthew Bardowell, on the 2022 Riverside City College team, before both went off to larger universities. 2-1. Sermonelli swings, ropes it over the shortstop Anthony Mata into center field. So on back-to-back nights, he has the first hit for his team. Sermonelli taking a big curve around first, jogs back as Emilio Corona makes quick work of that grounder in center field. And Joey, now's a perfectly good time to think about who's on defense for Long Beach.
Well, we got the standard set outfield once more. Eddie Pelkin left, Corona in center, Matthew Bardwell in right, and then around the horn is, again, a standard set infield. The common, Benjamin Rosengard at third, Mata and Jablonski up the middle, Cooper Vest at first, and David Whittle, actually, to catch Nick Bautista.
Righty-righty affair now with Xavier Casarilla. Whittle setting up on the inside half. The pitch, and he catches that one up high. 1-0 count. Casarilla with his 28 home runs, second in the Pioneer League, leading this Missoula roster. Tan glove at the belt. Heavy breath from Bautista. Here it is. And he misses up high. 2-0 count. Our umpiring crew today, Max Ponce, the crew chief behind the dish. Pete Saucedo, who was with the crew for the first half of this week, is out at first. And at third, it's Jordan Shepard. All three umpires have seen plenty of games at this field. 2-0, check swing. And Casarilla holds up for a 3-0 count. No score. Runner on first, 2 away, top of the first inning. All three of these umps sitting in for Coast/Regulators games and college games at this ballpark. 3-0. That's a meatball for a strike. Saucedo, might I add, has been an umpire at the D1 level for the past 15 years. Casarilla out of Grapevine, Texas, the 3-1. He cuts and fouls it to the back netting. Full count here. Casarilla, a 20th round draft pick of the Cardinals in 2021. Elected college ball instead at Wichita State. Then the Astros scooped him up in 2023. And he ended up playing rookie ball in single A the next 2 years. Full count. Runner moving. The pitch. Swung on, lined over the third baseman Rosengard into left field. Heading first to third, Sermonelli. He gets there without an issue. And Missoula, with 2 outs, has men on the corners. No score in the top of the first. Well, for Nick Bautista, hits have not been a problem of late, except for that aforementioned appearance at Glacier, during which time he allowed 7 runs across 4 innings on 10 hits. But after that, no more than 5 in any of his last 4 outings, besides Glacier. Here's Nate Vargas, the catcher batting on the left side. Bautista turns home. Check swing on the front door curveball, and he holds up for a 1-0 count. Bautista out of Monterey Park in L.A. Curls to the plate. Swing and a miss. Chasing the high outside fastball. 1-1 count. Bautista, another affiliate player, having been selected by the Rangers in 2022 in the 16th round. 1-1. Check swing up high, but Vargas holds back. 2-1 count. Bounced between rookie ball and single A in the Mets system after the Rangers let him go. Playing with St. Lucie until August of 2024. Bautista's 2-1. The heater misses downstairs. 3-1 count for Vargas. And the Cypress College product is one bad spell away from loading the bases for Missoula's Will Bermudez. Well, here's Vargas still. Men on the corners, 2 away, top 1. Still tied up at zeros. The 3-1. Heads to the backstop, takes a big bounce off the backboard, and David Whittle helped out by the brick wall behind him because there's no movement as a result on third from Sermonelli. But the bases are loaded for Missoula despite the gratuitous ricochet. Well, here comes Bermudez. And here comes pitching coach Jerome Williams.
And now you put yourself in a predicament with 2 outs. Sure, you give up a couple of base knocks, but falling behind in counts you offer something like that to Nate Vargas, who already has shown his plate discipline this series. Now in his 7 plate appearances, he's reached 6 times. A great opportunity for Will Bermudez, who we didn't see yesterday.
That's right. Bermudez sitting out of yesterday's game. The Whittier, California native, out of UC Irvine. He's not one of the 13 players on this team batting at or above 300, but he's as close can be, down at 299. And to add to that, he's got 16 home runs. Sets up with the bases loaded, 2 away, top of the first inning, no score. Bermudez, who, like we talked about earlier this week, suffered a traumatic head injury while playing summer baseball before his senior year of high school, made this miraculous return, missing 5 months and developing epilepsy, which caused him to be kicked off his deal to go play at the Air Force Academy. But he's worked his way back through the Anteater system, righty to lefty. Curveball lands for a strike, low and away. 0-1 count. Bermudez does a lot of charity work in his off time, helping kids who suffer from epilepsy and donating money to make sure they work through it. Bautista settling in on the first base side of the rubber, working out of the jam. His 0-1. Bermudez swings and misses over the curve once again. 0-2 count. This inning started out with a pop out and a strikeout. Missoula rebounds with back-to-back hits and a walk to load the bases. And Nick Bautista, backed up against the wall, has a chance to fight. 0-2. After yesterday, the first shutout against the Coast ever. The pitching staff dealt 7 shutout innings after Missoula scored. Bautista a chance to continue that. His 0-2. Swing and a miss, low and inside. Whittle picks it, steps on home, and that does it. Missoula threatens, the Zoo gets rowdy, but they're sent back to their cages as we move on to the bottom of the first inning. Still no score. And coming up for Long Beach, the top of the order, and Eddie Pelk, Matthew Bardowell, and Cuba Bess on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Bottom of the first inning on the way. No score, but not without a little bit of a headache for the Long Beach Regulators. Nick Bautista retires his first 2 batters. Then 3 Missoula Paddleheads reach base. But Bautista prevails, striking out Will Bermudez. Now his counterpart, the left-handed Jake Toporek, sets for Missoula. The rookie digging in against Eddie Pelk for Long Beach, followed by Matthew Bardowell and Cuba Bess. Lefty, righty, lefty to start things off. No score, bottom of the first inning. Toporek kicks up high. Pelk watches the slider, land for a strike at the belt. After Bess, it's Emilio Corona in center, Cooper Vest at first, Benjamin Rosengard at third, Jacob Jablonski, the second baseman, Anthony Mata at short, and David Whittle, the catcher. Next pitch, Pelk swings, slaps it up the middle at short. Bermudez has it, sidearms to first, and barely gets him. Will Bermudez tracking back up the runway behind the mound. Jets on to first and nab the speedy Eddie Pelk. Well, that brings up Matthew Bardowell. Yesterday left out of the starting lineup for what he thought might be a day of rest, but he comes in to pinch hit during the late innings in the ninth and ends up 1 for 1.
On the first pitch, might I add, to start what could have been the end of that shutout in the ninth, but it was all for naught.
Lefty to righty, that misses downstairs for ball 1. And Long Beach falling in a shutout, but loading the bases down by 4. 1-0. Bardowell swings and foul tips the curveball, 1-1 count. So the Coast brought the tying run to the plate, but now tonight, rebranding as the Regulators, they have a chance to rebound after a game in which they strand 9 runners in scoring position, 8 of whom got to where they were with fewer than 2 outs. 1-1 for Bardowell. Checks a swing at the backdoor curve. That's called a strike regardless. Bardowell, a .353 hitter. He extended his on-base streak up to 17 with that single last night. Toporek sidesteps in. Bardowell keeps his hands in check as that one misses up high. 2-2 count. Bardowell now alongside Robert Pitts, the only 2 players on Long Beach who are 1 for 1 as pinch hitters. 2-2. That falls blown away on the change. Full count for Bardowell. He's appeared as a pinch hitter twice, walking once and last night earning the hit. Replacing Robert Pitts, might I add. 3-2. Bardowell stares and he can walk on to first. Long Beach has its first base runner on the full count walk. 1 away, bottom of the first inning, tied up at 0-0.
And you mentioned how that extends his on-base streak there. He came into last night as one of the top on-base percentages of this month of August, which we mentioned in the Beach Ball pregame show, how the offense has struggled to get on base, or maybe not get on base, but get around. He has been the best in the month of August, though.
Well, speaking of best, here's Bess. Cuba Bess, lefty to lefty. Breaking ball lands for a strike at the thighs, 0-1 count. And Cuba Bess has been the best at hitting home runs on this roster with 22, but only 1 RBI for him since a week ago Tuesday. 0-1 is called a ball up high in correction 2 weeks ago as of Tuesday. That Red Pocket Mobile ABS Strike Zone Challenge initiated by Missoula catcher Nate Vargas, and he's wrong. That pitch misses high and outside. So Missoula 0 for 1 on its appeals. They only have 1 remaining. If they get it wrong, they're out. In the Pioneer League, if you get your challenge correct, you keep it.
Missoula now 500 on the series, 3 for 6 in challenges. Long Beach has yet to win a challenge this series. They're 0 for 3.
Well, Cuba Bess has been right a lot of times. 1-1, high and inside, almost hitting his chin. He leans out of the way, 2-1 count. But he and Johnny Pappas have told us that their teammates come up to them and ask them, how do they get so good at challenging? Well, it's because they're catchers. And they see every pitch throughout the game whenever they're behind the dish, so they know what a strike looks like when they're at the plate. 2-1. Bess cuts and pops it up third base side and foul, falling fast and on the ground. 2-2 count for him. No score between the Regulators and the Paddleheads. Matthew Bardowell, the runner on first base for Long Beach. Jake Toporek making his 6th start at the professional level. 7th appearance for Missoula. Wrapped up his college career at Tulane this past season after 3 years up in New York City at Wagner. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Bess chasing one out on the outer half. And Toporek zips in his first strikeout. That brings up Emilio Corona. Yesterday for Long Beach, Corona ends up 1 for 4 on the series, though, 4 for 13, including a big 3-run homer. Oh, and by the way, he's stolen 4 bases. How about that? Leading the Pioneer League on the season as a whole with 43. Lefty pitching to a righty in a tall open stance. Out of the stretch. Corona swings, lifts it right center field, tracking over to his right, Enzo Apodaca. Brown glove up, he makes the catch. Long Beach boards a base runner on a walk, and that is all the Regulators get. Nick Bautista heads back out to the mound for the top of the second inning. We'll have the Cook quiz when we return and the bottom third of the Missoula order on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Still tied up at zeros as we move on to the top of the second inning. Cook quiz on the way, by the way. Jesse Cook with you, Joey Miller to my right. Before we get to our trivia, Nick Bautista, the right-hander, sets up for the lefty Michael Kazuski, followed by Michael Ball and the 9-hitter Tai Yukamoto. Yesterday, Kazuski ends up 2 for 3 with an RBI single, and it went about as high as you could possibly take one. First pitch lands for a strike, blown away on the fastball at 88 miles per hour. He hammered it off the lip between the infield dirt and the grass, and it traveled further up than it did out. Ended up bringing a run home as the bases were loaded. 0-1, Bautista kicks high. Swing and a knocker out towards second base. Grabbing that one, Jacob Jablonski darts on to first for out number 1. Well, Max Scherzer a couple weeks ago entered the club of pitchers with 3,000 innings under his belt. So I am wondering, who are the pitchers? How many of them can you name in the club of 3,000 innings, 3,000 strikeouts, and 300 wins?
All right.
Here's Michael Ball batting on the right side. On his toes, too, in that open stance. Bautista kicks home. That misses low and outside. 1-0 count.
The first question I would have for you, Jesse, is how many of these pitchers are in the Hall of Fame and how many of these pitchers are active?
That's a great question, and I don't have it in front of me, so give me a moment.
All good, all good.
1-0 count. Bautista sets. Here it is. Misses up high. 2-0.
I suppose it would also help to hear how many pitchers there are to name.
Well, that I can tell you. There are 10.
Okay.
2-0. Bautista takes a heavy breath, shrugs home, swing and a miss. 2-1 count. Ball went up for a hefty cut and tried to power it out. So of these 10 pitchers, I think all 10 actually are in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, all right. So they're all retired.
Actually, 9 of them are in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
2-1. Swing and a miss, high and away. 2-2 count. Michael Ball batting from the right side. Now, I do have my parents in the booth next to me. My mom, Iris, and my dad, Ben, who many of you heard on the broadcast yesterday. And my mom has already made a guess. 2-2, pelted to the backstop. The funny thing is she made the guess before hearing the question. She just randomly went with Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
That's a good guess. We'll get the answer in the bottom half of this inning, but he very well could be one of these 10 pitchers.
That was my first guess as well, so of the same wavelength there.
2-2. Ball swings, tags that one up the middle, and Bautista deflects off his glove. The throw to first from third on the rebound is too late. Benjamin Rosengard picked up the pop-up off of Bautista's mitt. And that is a pinball single for Michael Ball. That pitch, a comebacker at Bautista. He swept his glove behind him, popped the ball up, and Rosengard caught it in stride, rolling that to first, but just a step too late. Here's Tai Yukamoto on the left side. Yukamoto yesterday 0 for 3, reaching as a hit batsman, but also grounding into a double play. Throw to first, ball dives back in safely.
I think it's impressive that Rosengard even had a play there with how long that ball rainbowed into Rosengard's glove. Impressive.
It took a while.
Impressive to get that one off.
Bautista from the stretch. Yukamoto looks, back pick to first, gets by Cooper Vest into the late dirt. Ball started towards second, but when he saw that that baseball did not scamper far enough away, he crawled back to first. A lucky break on that spin for Long Beach. 1-0 count for Yukamoto, a .336 hitter. A native to Waipahu, Hawaii, same as Long Beach's pitching coach, Jerome Williams. Low leg kick. He stares at that one high and away, 2-0 count. And there are only 50 Major League Baseball players who hail from Hawaii, by the way. And when I told Jerome that fact, he went, well, I got to be one of the better hitters. He's a starting pitcher, if you might recall. 2-0. That dances inside and low, but Joey, as you brought up to him, he did nab a double off of one of the most exciting pitchers of the 2010s, Tim Lincecum.
That was kind of in the era of Tim Lincecum where he was falling off. Well, maybe not in 2014, but that's when that happened.
3-0 up high. Yukamoto drops his bat, and here comes the top of the order for Missoula in a 0-0 ball game with runners on first and second and one out in the top of the second frame.
The thing is, and sorry, Jerome, I don't even think he's the best Hawaii-born hitter in the...
Well, that might be Shane Victorino.
Well, I was going to say specifically of ones who debuted in 2003.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Because Victorino also debuted in 2003.
Here's Enzo Apodaca on the left side. Open stance. Popped out last time. Bautista fires the first pitch inside off the belt. 1-0 count. And Apodaca, wasn't just that he popped out, it's that every swing he took, he popped it up in foul ground. So Bautista went up high and inside on that first pitch there, perhaps to feed into that. Right-hander. Here he goes. Swung on, tapped out to second. Jablonski has it, shovels to second for one. The turn to first is high, but Vest reaches. He makes the grab. Jablonski to Mata to Vest for an inning-ending double play. Missoula pushes a man into scoring position for the second inning in a row, and for the second time straight, strands him there. We move on to the bottom of the second. We'll get the answer to the Cook quiz when we return on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Missoula keeps threatening Long Beach. keeps shoving them aside. We move on to the bottom of the second inning, tied up at 0-0. The Paddleheads in the top of the first, stranding the bases loaded, and last time up, stranding a runner in scoring position. Well, here's Cooper Vest leading off for the Regulators on the left side. He's followed by Benjamin Rosengard and Jacob Jablonski. Jake Toporek fires home, southpaw to southpaw, first pitch fastball for a strike at 86 miles per hour. 0-1 count. We are still playing the Cook quiz. And it has to do with Max Scherzer because he recently joined the 3,000 innings club. Next pitch, Vest swings and fouls it to the backstop. 0-2 count. Well, there are 10 pitchers who have dealt 3,000 innings, fired off 3,000 strikeouts, and earned 300 wins. We're wondering how many of them can you name? 0-2. That misses up high. 1-2 count. If you want to play and you're not in the booth with us, well, you can reach out on X at Long Beach Coast Baseball or at Jesse Cook TV. Or you can comment on our YouTube stream. Any of your guesses. You don't have to have all 10. 1-2 off the hands. 2-2 count for Vest, who rides into this at bat, riding a .313 batting line. Vest on the series, 5 for 14. 2-2 to the BYU product. He leans out of the way. That almost hits him on the helmet. And Cooper Vest is no stranger. The ball's flying high and inside. He's 6 shy of the Pioneer League record for times being hit by a pitch of 28, set by Ogden's Jacob Goldfarb in 2021. Vest at 22 at the moment. Full count here. Base is empty. Nobody out. The pitch. He swings. Pace that one to the left side and through. Cooper Vest is aboard with a single. He leads off the bottom of the second inning. And the game tied up at 0-0. And he brings up Benjamin Rosengard. Rosengard also enjoying a positive series so far. The Chicago native batting .300 on the week. Walking up to some Ella Langley. I think he changed his walk-up music.
Yeah, I was going to say, that doesn't sound like what he usually comes up to the plate with.
Well, he lays down a bunt, first base side. Casarilla has it. Nobody covering the bag, and it works to perfection. The sacrifice turns into a squeeze, and Long Beach has the first 2 runners aboard here in the bottom of the second inning, and the game tied at 0-0. An infield hit for Rosengard there.
And a perfect spot at that, right where you want to aim for, between home plate and first base and the pitcher's mound. He got it right in the center of that triangle.
Well, after that work of geometry, here comes Jacob Jablonski, lining up a .316 batting average. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Lefty to switch hitting righty, misses up high and away, 1-0 count. Now, all 10 of these pitchers that we talked about, even though I led in with Max Scherzer getting to 3,000 innings, all 10 of the pitchers in the club for all 3 categories are retired. 1-0. Jablonski watches. The floater lands at the belt for a strike. 1-1 count. Joey, let's check the YouTube stream. We have any guesses there?
Let's see.
Nothing yet.
Nope.
But if you want to play, make sure you do so. You can do it right in the comments section. 1-1. Jablonski swings and powers it deep to center field. It's hanging up in the inward wind, waiting underneath. Kazuski in center. He makes the catch. Vest tags from second, going for second base. Rosengard, he dives in head first, and he's out. Rosengard, a head first dive, trying to swim around the tag from Michael Ball. But third base umpire Jordan Shepard pumps his fist for the out, and Rosengard has some questions for him after that, talking to the man in the short-billed cap. Rosengard doing a little more than talking, shouting at him as he walks off the field.
Well, I do too, because Rosengard, he got his hand underneath the glove, it looked like from our angle, with the second baseman Ball. His back was turned to Rosengard. By the time he caught that ball, he had to spin around, and I thought he got his hand under there, but it's a live play there.
Well, now with 2 away and a runner on third, tied up at 0-0, here comes Anthony Mata. And now there are 2 out, so we're going to get to some of the other guesses on the Cook quiz. My parents are in the booth with me. My mom guesses Nolan Ryan. Lefty to righty. Mata swings and powers that one into left field on the ground. The Regulators have the lead as Vest scores from third. 10 2/3 innings without a run for Long Beach. And now that ends after the first shutout in team history yesterday. Anthony Mata, his third RBI of the series. That brings up the 9-hitter, David Whittle. Well, more on the Cook quiz. My dad has submitted 10 guesses. Randy Johnson, agreeing with my mom on Nolan Ryan, Steve Carlton, Greg Maddox, Gaylord Perry, Roger Clemens, Bert Blyleven, Tom Seaver, Tom Glavine, and Phil Necro. Lefty to righty, Whittle watches. Curveball lands for a strike. Joey, I believe your mom, Miss Miller, had a couple guesses as well.
Yes, a lot of guesses that will rattle off here. Phil Necro is one of them. Then it looks like Koufax, Kershaw, Maddox, Ford, Randy Johnson were the other guesses.
Well, the peanut gallery for this game has done a good job. 0-1, Whittle swings, laces it to short, picked by Bermudez, who tosses to second for the final out. We'll rattle these off and talk more about them in the top of the third, but Walter Johnson tops the list. Gaylord Perry, Phil Necro, who everyone got, Steve Carlton, Nolan Ryan. Congrats to my mom. She didn't even know what the question was when she guessed him, too. Well, I'll explain that later. Don Sutton, Tom Seaver, Roger Clemens, Greg Maddox, and Randy Johnson, the 10, with 3,000 innings, 3,000 strikeouts, and 300 wins. Plot twist, they're also the only members of the 3,000 strikeout, 300 win club. We'll talk about that more after a break on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Top of the third inning on the way. 1-0 Regulators. Nick Bautista on the bump. He fires to Nick Klemp. The righty-righty affair results in a first pitch changeup that misses up high for ball one. Klemp striking out on 3 pitches last time up. Bautista the righty. Klemp a righty. We're going to recap the Cook quiz because it was a good one today. 10 answers. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Downstairs and away on the slider. 1-1 count. We asked, because Max Scherzer dealt his 3,000th inning a couple weeks ago, who are the 10 members of the 3,000 inning, 3,000 strikeout, 300 win club? And like I said, the Peanut Gallery did a pretty good job guessing for this one. There are 10 members. Bautista fires the 1-1. Swung on and slapped foul to the right side. And just to recap, the only real old-timer on this list is the man at the top, Walter Johnson, with 417 wins, 3,509 strikeouts, and the innings don't really matter because they're the only members of the 3,000 strikeout, 300 win club. 1-2. Fastball just misses on the outer half. David Whittle, the catcher for Long Beach, challenges, and he's on the money on that Red Pocket Mobile ABS strike zone challenge. So that is strike 3 to Klemp, as confirmed by public address announcer August McAdoo. So Klemp retired for Nick Bautista's third strikeout. First one looking. Long Beach 1 for 1 on appeals.
And that's the first successful challenge for Long Beach this entire week.
Here comes Bryce Sermonelli on the left side after Long Beach, like you said. It's its first correct guess there. Bautista pitching from the first base side of the rubber. Whirls on home. Sermonelli watches the breaking ball for a strike at the belt at 83 miles per hour. Gaylord Perry after Walter Johnson. Phil Necro, Steve Carlton, Nolan Ryan, Don Sutton, Tom Seaver, Roger Clemens, Greg Maddox, and Randy Johnson. 0-1. Swung on and popped foul to the left side. Now, the funniest thing about all this is not that my parents are in the booth and got a couple correct. It's not that your mom got a bunch correct as well. It's that my mom guessed before hearing what the question was. I said, the Cook quiz is coming up, and she went, oh, Nolan Ryan. And I went, okay, the question is this. And she got it.
It appears you have a clairvoyant mother.
I do. Sermonelli flies this one to right field, waiting underneath Matthew Bardwell. He makes the catch. And she predicted that, too.
Yes. She called the shot.
Absolutely. Well, my mom, Iris Rosenstein, does a great job there. My dad, Ben Cook, also did a fantastic job because he actually got most of them right. But he got a couple wrong, and my mom only made one guess. So she's the one batting 1,000. And that qualifies here in one at bat. Xavier Casarilla on the right side. Bautista sets, kicks high. Swing and a miss over the slider, low and away. 0-1 count. And I'm going to drop some family lore here. She has this joke with baseball where she asks of any player ever, did he play for the Mets? And the answer for Nolan Ryan is yes, he did. He won a World Series there. 0-1. Check swing, low and away. Did he go? No, he did not, says Pete Saucedo at first. So my mom is on the money. And I think that might be the first Cook quiz that she's played this season, too. My dad's played a bunch and gotten some wrong. Next pitch, swing and a miss, 1-2 count. Although, of course, if you tuned into last night's broadcast during the top of the fifth inning, you heard him get it right. We asked which father-son duo had the highest number of strikeouts, and it was a trick question because it was Roger Clemens, who is a pitcher, and Cody Clemens, who is not, but appeared as a position player on the mound as a pitcher and earned a strikeout. 1-2. Swung on, ripped to the third base side, and threw for a knock. Xavier Casarilla, copy and paste. Single to left in the first, singles to left in the third, both times doing so with two away. Well, Missoula has started to bite some of the same bug that got Long Beach yesterday. A Coast team that stranded a runner in scoring position in each of the first 5 innings. Well, Missoula did that in the first and the second. Here's Nate Vargas on the left side with a runner on first and 2 away. Top the third inning. Tied up, with Long Beach ahead 1-0. Bautista from the stretch. Vargas watches the fastball high and away. Bautista settling in. He had retired each of the last 3 batters, recording 4 outs in that time thanks to a double play at the beginning. From the stretch, sails that one. Catcher David Whittle had to jump for it. Whittle, alongside fellow recent UC Riverside grads Jackson Bird and Matthew O'Brien, talked to our friend from the Riverside Press, Anthony Solarzano, earlier today in an article that will drop next week that I encourage you to read. Talked about what it means to be playing professional baseball, and a lot of those guys had the same answer. Throw over to first, no movement. Whittle recapped saying that to be asked by Troy Percival, who coached him at Riverside and, of course, is one of the most prolific pitchers in the history of the Angels system, meant a lot to him because it's a big leaguer certifying his capabilities. Swing and miss over the fastball, low and away, 2-1 count. Whittle waiting behind the plate now. Usually catches his Riverside teammates, but last week caught Nick Bautista for the first time and now is repeating that action. 2-1. Breaking ball over the shoelaces for a 3-1 count. 1-0 Long Beach. Top 3. 2 away. Runner on first after Casarilla's single last time at the plate. The Monterey Park native on the mound. Trips on home. Swinging a pop fly foul left side and very far out of play. And I'm listening for my car alarm. Okay, it falls just short of the parking lot. I don't hear it yet. Full count. You ever remember when you're younger, the cars would park next to the field and you'd actually try to hit them with your foul balls? You take it as a badge of pride?
No, never.
Well, now I reflect on that and think what a maniac I was. Runner moves for second. 3-2, popped up, foul, and again out of play. But this one hanging inside the confines of the ballpark, landing on the concourse.
And the reason I say that is because in high school, my ballpark was right next to the parking lot. There was no clearance, and if you parked anywhere near the field, that was your own darn fault.
That was the same for my field, except that was the only parking. So you had to park right up against it. 3-2 again. Runner moves inside and high, ball 4. So the Paddleheads work back-to-back runners with 2 away. They've got men on first and second. Long Beach leading 1-0 in the top of the 3rd inning with 2 out. That brings up Will Bermudez. And the UC Irvine product of 3 years evidently has an anteater cheering section. By the way, that may be one of my favorite mascots in all of college sports, the Anteaters. It's up there with another California school, the UC Santa Barbara Gauchos. But of course, to me, nothing tops my alma mater, the Syracuse Orange. Righty to lefty. Bautista out of the stretch. That misses up high. My older sister did her grad school at Carnegie Mellon, and they're the Tartans, which I always only saw as the Scottish Terrier. So in my head, that's what the mascot is, even though it's really Tartan Warriors. But I choose to think of it as the Scotties. And that's up there for me then. 1-0. Called a strike at the knees.
Well, you mentioned UC Santa Barbara. Now you got a base runner on, the trail runner Nate Vargas, who has 2 walks today. We mentioned it the first time he reached base. Only one time this series has he been retired.
Well, he can speed along the bases, much like the Banana Slugs of Santa Cruz, which is, well, another one of my favorites. Next pitch, swing and a miss, downstairs and inside. 1-2 count. My mom went to Michigan. That's the Wolverines, but her grad school was done at Rice. Also, one of the alma maters of Benjamin Rosengard at third base. They're the Owls. That's fun. My sister did her undergrad at University at Buffalo. They're the Bulls. Same school as Coast trainer Corinne Halley. My dad went to North Texas, the Mean Green, but I think that's supposed to be kind of an eagle bird or something. 1-2. Called strike 3 high and inside. We're talking Mean Green. Nick Bautista, mean in front of the green. Dealing with that strikeout there, his 4th K on the evening. We move on to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Top of the order, due up for a Long Beach team that's leading 1-0 on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Bottom of the third inning on the way with the Long Beach Regulators leading 1-0 thanks to an Anthony Mata RBI single in the second. Long Beach taking its first lead after 10 innings on the bottom against these Paddleheads. Here's the top of the order. Eddie Pelk followed by Matthew Bardowell and Cuba Bess. Against the left-hander, Jake Toporek. He winds home. Pelk stares at the first pitch fastball for a strike at the belt. 0-1 count. The Huntington Beach native Pelk 0 for 1 so far, leading off the home half with a ground out to short. Next pitch up above his hands for a 1-1 count. We were talking athletic mascots in college. Well, Eddie Pelk out of Grand Canyon University. I like the Lopes. 1-1, he swings, taps this one up the middle at second. Ball goes for it, diving, and that's by him into center field. Long Beach leads off the frame with a hit in back-to-back innings. 1-0 Regulators, bottom of the third. Nobody out and a runner on first for the power-hitting Matthew Bardowell, who worked a walk his first time up. Bardowell has fired off 12 home runs this season, but we talked about it during the Beach Ball pregame report, which you can always catch 20 minutes before first pitch. He is one of the 5 best home run hitters on the team, and one of 3 in that distinction without a dinger in the month of August. His last home run arriving on July 31st in Ogden, today August 21st. Lefty to righty, he swings, taps it, a slow roller down the third base side, hugging the line, it's fair, and he's aboard. The swinging bunt laid down to perfection. Eddie Pelk on second, Bardowell on first with nobody out in the bottom of the third. Long Beach ahead 1-0.
That was very loud contact for something that went 57 miles per hour off the bat.
That fast, huh?
Yeah.
That breaks a couple speed limits. For comparison, home runs usually head off the bat upwards of 90 miles per hour. Even most singles are in the 70 mile per hour range. And that traveled a whopping distance of 2.5 feet. So that is possibly the shortest hit we've seen this series. Bardowell aboard on the slow roller to bring up Cuba Bess. And we know he can power the ball. 22 home runs on the season. That leads the team. But although he has homered in August, it's still been a minute. 19 days since his August 2nd home run at the end of the Ogden series. Lefty pitching to a lefty. Toporek winds home. Bess swings and nails it foul to the left side. 0-1 count. Like Eddie Pelk on second base. Bess, a product of Grand Canyon University. He and Spence Kaufman, who's earning a rest on the pine today, are the 2 members of the Regulators roster as hitters who have spent time in affiliate systems. Toporek staring at second. Now is 0-1. Bess swings and he nubs it off the neck of the bat. Foul to the left side. 0-2 count. Kaufman, he's resting, a product of the Padres system, playing about an hour away from here. Lake Elsinore Storm. Cuba Bess spending time in both the Red Sox and Rockies systems. Black glove at the belt for the lefty out of Tulane. He twirls home, high and inside. Chin music backing Bess off the plate. 1-2 count. We mentioned mascots that we like the UC Santa Barbara Gauchos and the UC Santa Cruz Banana Slugs and my Syracuse Orange, but my dad does teach at Berkeley College of Music where they are the Jazz Cats. So chin music there. After that jazz, Bess sends it up the middle off of Toporek's bare hand, scooped it short, the throw to first on the run in time, but both runners advance. Toporek knocking that one down with his pitching hand while his shortstop Will Bermudez cleans up after him. Toporek holding his glove in that left hand and flicking his wrist a couple times. He's staying out there. That brings up Emilio Corona, an Arizona Wildcat. Long Beach ahead, 1-0. Runners on second and third. Bottom of the third inning, 1 out. The lefty sidesteps in. The righty swings and paints it foul to the right side. 0-1 count. Now, Long Beach, we've been talking about it all game. Yesterday, strands 9 runners in scoring position, 12 total men left on base. Of the 9 runners left on second or third, 8 made it there with fewer than 2 outs. Well, here's Emilio Corona to capitalize. The 0-1, he swings, drags that one on the ground to short. Bermudez charging. 1 run comes home. He sidearms to first, and he's barely in time. First base umpire Pete Sacedo punching his fist for the signal there. 2-0 Long Beach as Pelk scores and Bardowell moves to third. And they're 2 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here comes the man who started this hit party for Long Beach. The first knock of the game led off the 2nd inning. Cooper Vest striking through for that one. Vest on the series. Now 6 for 15. First pitch. He swings and misses at the curveball, low and away. 0-1 count. Beautiful Friday night for baseball. A light breeze rolling off the SoCal shoreline towards left field. Blue skies up above with these cotton candy, purple and pink clouds hazing across the distance. 0-1. Vest stares at one that almost hit him in the eyes. 1-1 count. Light towers illuminating the California Magnolias beyond the outfield wall. The field in shadows besides that. 1-1. Hefty swing and miss. Vest chasing that slider down low and away. 1-2 count. He, like Bardowell, has slugged 12 home runs, and like Bardowell, has yet to hit one out during the month of August. His last dinger coming on July 30th, a 2-home run game for him in his home state of Utah. Toporek takes a moment stepping off the mound. He readjusts his cap. His moss-colored green sleeves pulled down to his wrists. Cooper Vest waiting ready in his tall stance, open at the left side. 1-2. Shanked into the righty batter's box. 2-2 count. 2-0 Long Beach with an RBI single from Anthony Mata in the 2nd, and that ground out from Corona a moment ago here in the 3rd. Bardowell on base at the hot corner. 2 outs. Lefty to lefty, misses high and outside. Catcher Nate Vargas sent sprawling to his left for that one.
You know, I was also just reminded of a college mascot that cannot go without mentioning, the Gooey Duck of Evergreen State.
Evergreen State, that's not D1, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
3-2. Vest swings and drops down to a knee, swinging and missing at strike 3. Well, Long Beach adds on one more to take a 2-0 lead over these Paddleheads, trying to even up this week-long series. Missoula leads it 2-1, but Long Beach stands ahead 2-0 as we move on to the top of the 4th. Joey Miller will take you through the next 3 innings on the play-by-play with the bottom third of the Missoula Paddleheads lineup on the way on the Long Beach Baseball Network.
Hey everybody, welcome into the middle 3. Nick Bautista back on the bump. Joey Miller alongside me, Jesse Cook. It's 2-0. Regulators on top. Looking like their offense has found a little bit of a spark over these past couple of innings. And Nick Bautista will try and get his second shutdown inning. Facing off against Michael Kazuski. Misses inside for ball 1. The second inning throughout this series has been interesting because it has been a key inning throughout this entire process. A single into right center, maybe 2 bases now after the ball is fumbled there by Bardowell. So it's going to be a hit and an error that allows Kazuski to get his way into scoring position. Now, all 4 innings, the Paddleheads have had a runner in scoring position. And they trail by 2 runs. So now here's Michael Ball, who got a circus single his first time up. It was off of Nick Bautista, and it took a 90-degree turn towards Rosengard, who still almost got Ball out at first base on what would have been a very impressive putout. It was a very close play at first, and the benefit went to the runner.
One could say he would have balled out had he got him.
You could make a lot of puns, but this one knuckled off the bat, up the middle and off the mound, and it's booted by Mata. Kazuski's going to stay at third. That one, he moved over to his left. It went in and out of his glove, and now Ball is aboard at first.
Well, Long Beach has had issues like this series. It is the 2nd inning with multiple errors that Long Beach has endured.
Yukamoto with a great opportunity here with nobody out and runners at the corners. Nick Bautista has given up a hit now in every single one of the 4 frames that he has faced off in against these Paddleheads, his former team. First pitch to the lefty, Yukamoto misses outside on the fastball. But to get to my point, the 2nd inning, 2 of these 3 initial games, the only scoring happened in the 2nd inning. 9 total runs between the 2 teams in that 2nd inning. On the ground to Mata. He's going to start a double play, gets it to first in time, but the run scores. No RBI for Yukamoto. But the first run on the game for the Paddleheads cuts their deficit in half.
Well, that's a good get-back play for Anthony Mata. Probably felt that he should have had that, and it is an error, so he should have. But it would have been difficult on the run, making that out at first on Ball's grounder. But there he gets to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
And now with the bases clear, the kill vision from Nick Bautista is only focused on 1 more. Enzo Apodaca grounded out into a double play, the first of now 2 on the night. 0 for 2.
Long Beach defense has turned multiple double plays in every game this week.
1-0. Misses outside. Whittle was set up outside to try and paint the black there, but to no luck on that 89-mile-per-hour fastball.
Johnny Pappas told me that he, Whittle, and Cuba Best learned from each other on framing pitches very well. They're all great students of each other.
2-0 on the ground. Right side. Nice pick by Cooper Vest to prevent that from getting into right field. And the connection to Nick Bautista ends the inning. So 1 comes across, but Nick Bautista keeps the lead intact. It's 2-1 heading into the bottom of the 4th. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network. Bit of a different look now that the Paddleheads have cut their lead in half on an unearned run. Nick Bautista still works a quick top of the fourth. Now Benjamin Rosengard will kick things off with his new walk-up song, which so far has suited him well. He's 1 for 1 with his new walk-up song. He got himself a bunt single, a perfectly placed bunt that led to that first run eventually coming across. A couple of batters later, he takes strike one. The lefty Toporek sends this one to Rosengard, who gets it out into center field, right center. And an excellent play there.
Keep going.
It's dropped. Benjamin Rosengard's heading to third. The throw in is not in time, and Rosie gets himself a triple, his second of the series. It was tough to see at this point in the night sky that the ball was dropped. It looked like Kazuski may have made the play, but Apodaca backed him up.
Well, Benjamin Rosengard chooses something simple from Ella Langley for his new walk-up song, and now it gets complicated because in center field, Kazuski's saying, yes, he caught it, but first base umpire Pete Saucedo is claiming that the ball hit the ground while he was making the catch. So Kazuski, with a deceptive play that I guess he probably believes too, is trying to argue that his webbing was underneath. But from our vantage point, I am with the umpiring crew here.
Well, the webbing, much like a platypus, is to no avail. And Michael Schlack is going to argue his case in a heated confrontation with Saucedo, still making his final words known on the way back to the dugout. If he doesn't get off the field soon, he might be at risk of an ejection. His arms outstretched.
And Saucedo has been dealing with him all week. He's the only member of this umpiring crew who was here for the first 3 days. And so to have Schlacht in his ear over and over and over again cannot be rubbing him the right way.
Well, the umpire crew convenes on the infield grass to determine something here. Usually these things aren't overturned, but they often go the way of the initial call. And if it is such a case, the leadoff triple is going to put the Long Beach Regulators in a great position here with Jacob Jablonski waiting for the chance to knock across the third run of the game. And they're just going to send Schlacht back to the dugout. A tense moment there for the sixth-year Pioneer League manager, but a successful triple for Rosengard. Now Jablonski, who flew out to center field. That flyout helped advance a runner to third. Cooper Vest was advanced to third. He eventually came in to score on the RBI single by his middle inmate crew, who's in the on-deck circle, Anthony Mata. Infield now drawn in. The first pitch misses outside for ball one. Toporek, by the way, we haven't mentioned this, he doesn't really work with his fastball very often. He is a changeup dominant pitcher followed by a breaking ball, which he tries there, misses outside for ball two. And that has been, I'd say, one of the cruxes of the issue of this Long Beach offense in the first 3 games. They're used to pitchers in the low 90s. They had to play with some timing issues. They saw some early batting practice today around 1 p.m. A lot of these hitters, including Jacob Jablonski, coming out here taking plenty of reps in front of hitting coach Troy Gloss, who worked with them one-on-one to try and fix and amend these issues that they've been having. Now a bouncing ball right to Bermudez. The cut the run helps do the job there on the 6-3. First out recorded. Anthony Mata now to the plate. And it'll be the likely same infield situation for the righty from UC Riverside. Like we mentioned, the RBI single into left field, his last time up. Mata takes outside for ball one on the breaking ball. He's played in 3 of the 4 games now and has notched a couple of RBI
once in the first game, and now one here in the fourth. Foul ball off the end of his bat, backwards for a 1-1 count. Swung at the first pitches last time. That got him aboard, and then 2 pitches later, the inning was over on a fielder's choice that got him at second. The 1-1. Slapped in the dirt. 1-2 count now. Mata, an underrated bat at the back half of this Long Beach lineup. Next pitch fouled, back to the netting. Still a 2-strike count with 1 out. Rosengard has a chance if Mata can get it anywhere into the outfield. 2-1 is the score. The Regulators on top. Here's a fly ball into right center field. Kazuski slips, but makes the definitive catch that time. It's going to score Rosengard. 3-1 now, Regulators. Mata gets his second RBI on the night, his third on the series, on the sacrifice. No, make it 4. David Whittle has the bases clear and 2 outs, and back to a 2-run lead. Whittle, like we mentioned, ended the inning on a fielder's choice. Called strike 1 on the changeup. Changeup has a little bit of late movement from Toporek. From the full, 0-1 misses high and outside. Taking some time with the 9 spot. Wanting to make sure to get out number 3 before the top of the lineup comes up. Eddie Pelk in the on-deck circle. Breaking ball misses low and inside. To number 18 tonight, usually number 17, but Regulators jerseys. He goes with the different number. 2-1 on the ground. Couple of slow hops towards ball at second. Then on to first for out number 3. So another run. That is now 3 straight innings where the Regulators have put a run up on the board. It's the first time all series where 3 runs have been scored in 3 consecutive innings by any team. 3-1, heading into the 5th. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network.
back into it in the top of the fifth. Nick Klemp will face off against another Nick. He spells his name a different way, though. And Klemp sends a charge into this one. On the first pitch, he's going to get himself a solo shot, his second home run on the series. Paddleheads scoring back-to-back frames. They still trail 3-2. Big charge into the 406-foot home run by the Paddleheads designated hitter.
And that looked fast off the bat because it was 104 miles per hour, but it just kept carrying up, 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 and up. And Eddie Pelican left field, he kept going back, feeling for the wall, but eventually ran out of room, and he's got a good sense for his surroundings.
His 24th home run on the season, second on the team. Bryce Sermonelli on the first pitch, sends it to the kid zone for strike one.
And that doesn't happen often against Bautista, but it has more so of late. 3 of its last 4 outings now allowing a home run, but it's only allowed at most 2 in a contest.
But now he's starting to receive some run support, which is something that the past couple of starters have not been able to say.
That's right.
Consistent run support at that. It's the first time that in 3 consecutive innings a team has scored, well, in 3 consecutive innings. The only time prior to that was back-to-back innings for the 10-3 victory on Wednesday night. Pop fly in the air, shallow left center. Pelk draws off Mata for out number 1. Xavier Casarilla, the team leader in home runs. And right now he's 2 for 2. After coming into this game 1 for 10. Now, if you do the quick math there, it's 3 for 12. He's bumped up his batting average in this series in just the first 2 plate appearances. And heading into this game as well, he had no hit since the very first plate appearance of this series. He's gone 0 for 13 since in terms of plate appearances. A couple of walks in that span, 3. Takes a ball to start off this count. 1 out. Next pitch from Bautista misses low, and David Whittle is going to head out there and make sure he's feeling all right, especially facing off against one of the top home run hitters in the Pioneer League. We saw a unique drill that the Paddleheads did just before the game. Instead of batting practice or just before batting practice, it looked to be a timing drill.
And that's our best guess. We are honestly bewildered by what this was, as are a lot of people we asked.
Well, A.J. Crapo, the quality control coach here, asked the away broadcaster for the Missoula Paddleheads, Jeff Safford, what that was, and he did say he believes it was some form of timing drill. Foul ball up the third baseline for a 2-1 count on Casarilla, and what that consisted of was there was a tee at home plate. They would hit one off the tee, take the tee aside, and then the pitching jug, I guess the automated pitching machine that usually is in front of the pitching mound, was closer to second base. Bautista misses on the changeup low for a 3-1 count. And since it was drawn further back, it was basically a softball lob where these batters, including Casarilla, had to wait back and square it up right. He doesn't do that on that 88-mile-per-hour fastball. He fouls it backwards for strike 2. But an interesting thing for the Paddleheads, who this series have taken a charge in the hit column, 6 last night, 10 just a couple nights ago, and 5 the first night. They've been fine so far. They're up in the series 2-1. Foul ball into home plate, but that's maybe something you get with somebody who has coached in this Pioneer League for all 6 of the MLB Partner League seasons, including a few playoff bids last year against the Idaho Falls Chuckers and specifically Troy Percival. He took the first ever McCurdy Cup in 2021. Michael Schlacht, we just saw out arguing a call a couple innings ago. Casarilla fouls the next pitch back for the 7th attempt by Bautista, trying to get out number 2. 3-2 the score now after the leadoff home run by Nick Klemp. Casarilla was on fire heading into this series just last week. I'll tell you why after this pitch. 3-2, big whiff and a miss upstairs on the 90-mile-per-hour heater for strikeout number 5. And 5 is an important number because Casarilla heading into this series was on a 5-game home run streak. He had a home run in his previous 5 games, now none so far in this series. There's out number 2, and the first time Casarilla is retired tonight. Nate Vargas has been a tough person to retire, speaking of paddleheads who often get on base. Nate Vargas has a couple of walks tonight. Fouls the first pitch backwards, third base side for strike 1. Vargas now has reached in 7 of his 8 plate appearances on the series. He pinch hit a couple nights ago and got his way aboard late in the contest on a single off of Zach Volker. Ground ball towards the second baseman. Jablonski working deep in the hole, gets it to first in time. 1 run across for the Paddleheads on a big fly, but then Nick Bautista handles the next 3. Keeps the lead intact, 3-2, heading into the bottom of the 5th. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network. A lot of scoring has happened in the past 4 half innings. Just one apiece. It's looking binary up on the board through the first 4.5. Now heading into the second half of this game, Eddie Pelk will lead things off against Toporek and taper one towards the left field line. Yukamoto makes the grab just in foul territory for out number 1 on the first swing. 3-2 the score. Regulators still in charge here. But it's been back and forth since the Regulators took the lead in the bottom of the second. Right now, that second inning run, the first run of the game, is looking quite important every single inning. The very important insurance runs in the innings that have followed. Matthew Bardowell takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Insurance runs are always important, but scoring first has also been the trend that has been important for Long Beach this season. Bardowell takes another breaking ball, but this time it misses. 1-1 count on the big bat from the right side out of Fontana, California. When Long Beach scores first, they're 41-4 on the season. That counts for almost half of the games for what will be the final 96 of the regular season, which is coming up faster than we think. It's a 1-2 count. Fourth pitch misses low. 2-2 now. Missoula Paddleheads fighting for a playoff spot with the Modesto Roadsters in charge in the second half. A couple other teams in the mix. Hard line drive down the left field line, but it hooks into the Steve Traxel bullpen. Matthew Bardowell, an infield single his last time up. He's reached in both plate appearances. Came all the way around to third in the third, but was left stranded. Bardowell readjusts his black batting gloves, his black bat, two-tone bat. Was using a red bat for the first 3 games of this series. Now decides to switch it up a little bit. 2-2. On the ground, soft contact to Toporek. He's going to have plenty of time to get it to first for out number 2.
Well, that's twice now we've seen weak contact from Bardowell, and it looks like he's timing up his pitches right, but just catching the top of the baseball. So I'm wondering if he's having trouble seeing these breaking pitches because he ends up over the curve on multiple occasions now.
Well, that's Toporek's specialty, and possibly why Schlacht has lined up these particular pitchers. A lot of lefties we've seen. Brendan Beard on the very first night, who went 8 innings and absolutely dominated. And the main reason for that being is that some of these Long Beach hitters have struggled with the off speed. But here's Cuba Bess, puts a deep drive towards right field. There it goes. Fly, baby, fly. Cuba Bess, welcome back into the home run column. 23 on the year, and his first since August 2nd. The Cuban Missile Crisis is a crisis no more. They get 4-2. Responds to the Nick Klemp blast in the top part of this inning. 103 off the bat as well. On 2 outs nonetheless.
Another high-arcing home run in this game. Both dingers have been moonshots.
That one just missed the scoreboard by a narrow margin. And here's a guy who can also send one out and potentially hit his face on the scoreboard. Emilio Corona, who's not too far behind Cuba Bass with 19 home runs on the season. Takes for ball 1. Now 4 straight innings where the Regulators have scored a run. Corona taps one back for an even 1-1 count. Cashed in his 6th RBI on the day, or rather on the series. His first on the day, his last time up, but he's 0 for 2. It was a ground out RBI. Takes low and inside. Now ahead of the count, 2-1, and what a fantastic month of August it has been for Emilio Corona, leading the team in batting average in a month that the offense has not done well around him, as much as him, I should say. Offense is still fine. Foul ball, a 2-2 count. Though it may not look like it, this is the same roster we saw just about a month and a half ago take the first place pennant. And that's what's so beneficial about a roster like this, with Troy Percival knowing who to go to and sticking to his guns, not creating this revolving door effect. High fly ball towards right field and on the warning track, but it's going to stay there. Apodaca makes the grab for out number 3. 4 batters face, but 1 sends one over the fence. Cuba Bess continues to lead the team with his 23rd. It's 4-2 heading into the 6th. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network. Hey everybody, welcome back. It's been a lot of scoring. 4-2 now. The Regulators lead the Paddleheads and potentially risking enemy territory. I have invited a Paddleheads legend into the booth, Jason Newman, the 2022 Pioneer League MVP. Welcome to maybe a different broadcast that you didn't expect to be on at the day's start.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I want to talk about the history that you have seen in this league. 6 years now, this being the sixth season of the MLB Partner League era. This league has been around since 1939, but you have made a significant impact in terms of the modern era records. It's an 0-1 count, by the way, on Will Bermudez. Nick Bautista still on the mound. The next pitch misses outside on the fastball. Make it a 1-1 count. But let's just walk through the records here and reminisce, if you will. 2022 was the year that the Grand Junction Rockies won it all. I believe, were you in the playoffs that year?
Yeah, we kind of a tough end to our year. We actually lost to the Grand Junction Rockies.
2-0.
Yeah, it was a good year for them. They came in playing really good baseball. But yeah, you know, a lot of good memories that year with everybody. You know, that's just one of the best things about this league and everything that is involved with baseball is just hanging out with the guys, you know, playing a beautiful game and just enjoying the time you have.
Well, that I recall for the competition for the McCurdy Cup, that was Bobby Jenks, the late, great Bobby Jenks,
Yep.
who won it for Grand Junction, a team that I worked for last year, but that was after Jenks had left. He went to the Frontier League for a couple seasons with the Windy City Thunderbolts. The 2-2, swing and a miss. There was a challenge there that prevented a strikeout, but then Bermudez does it himself. That is strikeout number 6 for Nick Bautista and out number 1. So let's look at the records here. This record book that I have to toot my own horn here, made.
Yeah.
4th all-time home runs, but now recently tied with Jeter Ibarra as of last night. Right now, the Missoula Paddleheads are very well represented. Adam Fogel, a couple more, and actually he's just a couple chairs to your left right here. What is the relationship that you have with Adam post-Paddleheads career?
So Adam and I actually played together against each other in college. He went to Hawaii for most of his career, and then I played at CSUN for my whole collegiate career. So we spent a lot of time playing against each other, and then just through training and proximity, we lived really close to each other. At the time when I was playing, we trained together and, you know, grinded through the off season, and yeah, just had a really good time. We both helped each other in our careers respectively, being the best versions of ourselves.
Yeah, and I have seen that you've kept in baseball shape as well, taking batting practice. You can still send one a pretty long ways.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, that's like one of the first times I've swung a bat since a year. I got the chance to go visit the Paddleheads last September when they were playing the Hawks in Boise. For a family vacation, we went up there. But yeah, honestly, I haven't really swung a bat a whole lot, but I will say we play slow pitch softball.
Yeah.
So, you know, the movement's similar, but the velo's a lot different.
Well, you might be a ringer on that team. If I saw what I just saw in a softball game, I'd be pretty fearsome. Michael Kazuski gets his way aboard on the base on balls. So clearly you have kept in touch with Michael Schlacht, a historic manager. He's the only manager who has lasted all 6 seasons. He's the longest tenured current manager. What can you say about Michael Schlacht and the impact that he has made in this league in this new era?
I mean, you know, talk about one of the best humans you can talk about. Skip's one of my favorite people. He helped my career. He extended my career. I had started getting into coaching a little bit post-college because I had a weird career, just injuries and then COVID, kind of messed everybody up. Got an opportunity to play in Indiana, and Skip offered me to continue post that. And fell in love with Missoula, fell in love with the organization, but most importantly fell in love with Skip, Michael Schlacht. Just there's a beauty in how simple he makes everything. He simplifies the game. I could talk to him about anything. Struggles personally, physically. He's been there, had a great career himself, battled through injuries, turned to coaching, and just one of my favorite human beings. Wherever he ends up, if he continues, whatever, I will be a lifelong fan of Michael Schlacht.
And that's important, too, to have a coach that you can find yourself a confidant in. There's a strikeout for Nick Bautista, gets outnumbered 2. But for you, you were an infielder? Okay, so I don't know if you knew this, by the way. You're in the top 5 for double plays initiated in a single season. It's a fun little fact there with Joe Johnson. If you recall, Joe Johnson, the MVP of the very next year for the Grand Junction Jackalopes in their first year as the Jackalopes. I remember that 2022 season as well. We never saw you guys. I was with the Northern Colorado Owls. I worked with the Raptors. I recall. Do you remember playing against Jesus Valdez?
Yep.
What a great guy that guy is.
Yeah, we had some good battles. I remember Ogden came up to Missoula because Cash, their manager, was not a fan of the peanut inning, and not many people were at the time, and it was an advantage, but man, it was just getting back to Missoula and kind of sticking with that. It's a great place to play baseball. Great town, great fans. Got to shout out my host family, the Kolaskis. They're still family. They came out to celebrate me and my wife's wedding anniversary. We're headed up to a wedding in a week up in Montana, and we're going to see them. Unfortunately, the boys won't be there, so we can't hang out at Ogren Park, but we're going to find a way to, and Missoula is my favorite spot.
It's been such a storied franchise, and it's weird to say storied franchise of just the past couple of years because they were affiliated as the Missoula Osprey, and they have produced many fantastic players like yourself.
Yep.
But in terms of the dominant teams of the modern era, the MLB Partner League era, I think you, Adam Fogel, and Roberto Pena are up there. I know that they just introduced a Pioneer League Hall of Fame as of last year. If I could cast a ballot, I would put both of you guys in there. I might have to make some calls to the league office. I don't know.
Appreciate that.
But I hope that this new era recognizes you as one of the greats because you were such a powerful threat. People feared you, which is why you finished top 3 all-time in intentional walks, 6. You're tied with Kelly Dugan and Max Young Goldberg. Max Young Goldberg, who just had his RBI record broken last night by Sam Canton of the Idaho Falls Chuckers.
Yeah.
Who you spent some time playing against as well in that Rocky Mountain region. Now, how many times did you get down to Colorado, if at all?
So we actually, we never traveled to NOCO. We didn't go down to Colorado Springs, Grand Junction. We really didn't travel that far south. Our biggest trip was Boise, and then obviously the teams in Montana. We spent a lot of time playing against Great Falls, Billings, Kalispell, and then, just time against the Chuckers, time against the Hawks. And now it's great. The league's expanding. It's growing the game. It's giving a lot of guys opportunities to continue to play and give them opportunities to improve, get to the next level. Or if this is their stop to the end of their career, I mean, what a league. What a great team, great fun fans. It's awesome.
Yeah, this is your first Coast game.
Second Coast game. I came out last night.
Here's a deep drive into center field from Enzo Apodaca, and it's going to fall. It's going to score a couple runs for the Paddleheads. They tie it up on the double.
Sorry for clapping.
No, it's all good.
Go Paddleheads.
It's your team. Now 4-all the score. Nick Bautista gives up the double to Apodaca. A couple of ribbies in the process. That's his first hit of the day. That was a deep drive. That went 388 feet, so just about 5 feet shy of the fence there. That could have gotten the go-ahead. But Bautista still has 2 outs, and 1 on now for Nick Klemp, who is a home run threat, much like yourself, Jason. He already had one in his last at-bat that kept the Paddleheads in this one. And now they've tied things for the first time since the second inning.
And another one.
And there goes the second one. Paddleheads take the lead. Now 6-4. The second home run for Nick Klemp, the third on the series. And maybe you're the good luck for the opposing team. The home fans may not want you on the broadcast after this inning.
I think I may stay for a little bit. We're going to have some fun.
I might not let you stay on.
No, he's barreling baseballs. When it's right, it's right. You just feel good. You can't wait to get up in the box. That's the best.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a pitching change and maybe a good segue out of this. You got some luck for your Paddleheads. Now they lead 6-4. Thank you so much for coming on, Jason. You're a legend. I want to give you your flowers. The 2022 Pioneer League MVP, everybody. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Go Paddleheads.
All right. We'll be right back here in the top of the 6 on the Coast Media Network. Still here in the top of the 6th, and things have gone a bit awry for the Regulators, who now trail for the first time in this game. Jesse Cook back on the mic, 6-4. And now Jake Dixon, the southpaw, will deliver to Bryce Sermonelli. Foul ball for strike 1. Bautista ends his line officially. 5 2/3, 8 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, 5 walks, and 7 Ks. Some highlights and some lowlights for the starter. Line drive off the end of his bat. Diving attempt there by Mata, but it's just beyond the reach of the Gold Glove shortstop. A base hit for Sermonelli, his second on the day. The inning continues now, 3 straight hits for the Paddleheads, who just cleared up the bases on Nick Klemp's second home run. That was the go-ahead.
Well, he has been such an important bat in this series. 3 home runs on the week as a whole, meaning that we entered this game with 3 RBIs. Now that's been doubled to 6.
Xavier Casarilla holds his bat in a crouch stance and fouls the first pitch towards the first base dugout, where hopefully next half inning will be a busy on deck circle. They'll need it. Right now we're seeing the best run support that the pitching staff has ever seen, but Nick Bautista just 1 bad inning. Line drive into left field, that'll fall. Make that now 4 straight hits for the Paddleheads. 2 straight off of Jake Dixon. Sermonelli into scoring position. Jake Dixon, by the way, comes in having not given up a run in his last 2 outings. 2 2/3 of an inning of work in this past homestand, rather just 1 in this past homestand. No, 2. I'll amend that. Nate Vargas to the plate here. Lefty on lefty matchup for the first time for Vargas tonight. Called strike on the breaking ball. And these Paddleheads are not working quick in counts. Usually it's as soon as the second or first pitch even, where they try and get something off the bat. 2 outs, 2 on, the 0-1. Line drive up the third baseline and past Rosengard, heading all the way to the corner. Pelk gets it in as quick as he can, but another run to the plate on the RBI double by Vargas. The Paddleheads officially bat around. That's the first run that Dixon has given up now. Casarilla gets his way to third. 2 in scoring position in a dangerous deposition. 5 runs now on the board for the Paddleheads. In just this 6th inning alone, Will Bermudez, who started this rally, or rather he didn't, he struck out. He's got an 0 for 3 line. The first 2 outs were recorded in the first 3 batters faced. Soft line drive over the head into right field. That's going to fall for another couple of base runs. Base runners crossing home plate, rather. Both runs score on the 2-run single by Bermudez, his first hit of the series.
Yeah, he really needed that. 3 strikeouts today. And, of course, it comes very much at the expense of a Long Beach team that is struggling over this past week.
7 runs allowed in this inning alone, the most they've ever allowed in a single inning. That was 9 given up by the Glacier Range Riders. The Glacier Range Riders, rather, got it in the bottom of the 5th on August 6th, just a couple weeks ago. Called strike on Kazuski. All of this, for the most part, has been on 2 outs. Actually, all 7 of these runs that have come across have been on 2 outs. Now 9-4 is the score. Next pitch misses for ball 1.
Well, and for Long Beach, you can't really blame walks because they don't walk anyone. Nobody walks fewer batters per game than this team, but this starts with that Tai Yukimoto 2-out walk.
Breaking ball inside and in the zone.
And everyone on this pitching staff, including pitching coach Jerome Williams, has told us that you can't give free bases in this league. That is the surest way to shoot yourself in the foot, is by issuing free bases, because it leads to momentum. 7 consecutive base runners have reached.
1-2 up the middle over the head of Dixon. Mata's going to barehand it, and it pops out of the glove for a hit.
There will be some discussion on that with the official score. I think they're ruling it a hit on the board. That's a tough play for Mata. It's remarkable that he barehanded it, and I think that's the rationale.
And it pops out of the glove of Vesta, who I think if he had squeezed it, that might have been an out.
Maybe, but it bounced in front of him too, so it's a tough play on both ends.
Tough play to score there, but nevertheless, now 2 aboard. So we're at the 8th spot in the lineup, and that is now 7 straight hits for the Missoula Paddleheads. Pitch misses down and in for ball 1 to Michael Ball, who struck out for the 2nd out of this inning. It is still 2 outs, and he comes back up for his 2nd plate appearance. He's 1 for 3 tonight. On the ground, Rosengard is going to wait back and tag and an open hug there. Will Bermudez welcomed him with open arms for out number 3, so maybe a bit of a comical end to a nightmare inning that's finished out by Jake Dixon, but a lot of work to do. Now a 5-run deficit for the Regulators heading into the bottom of the 6th. We'll be right back on the Coast Media Network. Jake Toporek back on the mound for his 6th inning of work. And, you know, he's been getting some run support consistently, but he was in line for the loss after giving up the lead in the bottom of the 2nd. But his offense makes a big spark for 7 straight hits and 7 runs on the board. The go-ahead run was Nick Klemp, who in back-to-back innings sent one out. No doubters, by the way, for a multi-home run game. And now a breaking ball to Cooper Vest in what hopes to be a comeback inning for these Long Beach faithful. Vest 1 for 2 tonight. Facing off against the lefty for the 3rd time. Pelts one in the air to shallow left field. Might be trouble, but Bermudez makes the running grab for out number 1. Benjamin Rosengard made a very funny out number 3 to escape that situation in the top of the 6th, where he gave a hug to Will Bermudez, who just caught that ball. And now he is 2nd up here to try and start something, and he has done a good job at that thus far, 2 for 2. First pitch to the Chicago native misses low and outside for ball 1. And he's stayed aggressive on these pitches from the lefty. He's only taken now 2 pitches in the 4 that he's seen on the night from Toporek. Toporek waits, now rocks back and fires a breaking ball that misses inside. Second pitch and the longest at bat already for Benjamin Rosengard tonight. Line drive into left field. How about a 3-hit night for Benjamin Rosengard? Have yourself a night, Rosie.
Oh, man. You know, Joey, as you know, I'm a proud Ella fella. I love Ella Langley's music. I could have told any of these guys at the beginning of the season, you put on an Ella song for your walk-up music, you're bound to just will yourself into the hit column.
And that's not really the initial impression I got from Benjamin Rosengard, who I suppose is in the country. Jacob Jablonski now batting from the right side for the third time tonight. Jablonski misses outside for ball one. Both times off his bat. Last time he grounded out to the shortstop Bermudez. 9-4 is the score. They entered this inning with the advantage. A narrow advantage at that, but it doesn't mean anything now, right now. 1-1 count. Called strike on Jablonski. Throw over to first. Tried to fool Rosengard, who saunters back to first base, having a chat with Casarilla. Casarilla with the Mustangs last year. Rosengard with the Chuckers. Faced off a couple times last year. 1-1 breaking ball below the knees. It's going to be challenged by the catcher Vargas. They have been successful with their last couple of challenges, and they're going to be successful with this one as well. 1-2 count. That is now 3 straight successful challenges for the Missoula Paddleheads after they failed on the first one. One-two from Toporek. Hard line drive into left field, but it falls in front of Yukamoto. Thought it might have had a chance to hang up there. Yukamoto would rather keep it in front of him. Back-to-back hits. Jacob Jablonski in the hit column for the first time tonight. That is the 8th hit for the Regulators. Some loud contact as well. Anthony Mata in both plate appearances, an RBI. Now 3 on the series. Rocks his yellow arm sleeve. And now Toporek is going to have a mound visit. Could this be it? Yes. It appears to be. Toporek night is over after giving up the 8th hit of the game. But with the lead, 9-4. 1 out here for the Regulators. They're going to try and carry things on with the new righty on the mound. We'll tell you who that is when we come back on the Coast Media Network. Everybody put on your rally caps right now. A new chance for the Regulators, who have 2 aboard with 1 out and now a 5-run deficit. Anthony Mata will take the plate against Grant Garza, who we saw just a couple nights ago come in for a very brief outing. Only 3 batters in a big scoring inning for the Regulators. who were at the time the Long Beach Coast, the alternate identity night. And the first pitch by Garza is already challenged by Vargas, who has been successful already this inning. He's going to be successful now for the fourth consecutive successful challenge. 0-1 count on Mata. Garza did not give up a run in that 6-run frame. Rissy came in to finish out the inning after Garza gave up the 2-run single to Emilio Corona and then walked the next batter in 4 pitches. That was Matthew Bardowell, who's currently 3 batters away right now. 1-1 count. The second pitch misses. Garza breaking ball hits for strike 2. Now Mata needing to be protective here from the Missouri City, Texas native out of UT Tyler, University of Texas, Tyler, Texas. Crowd clapping along and hoping that the Long Beach Coast can find their sense of urgency, as they have for the past 4 innings. They put up runs since the second. Now they have a chance to do it for the 5th straight time. Ground ball, huge pick by Bermudez to prevent it from getting into left field. That gets the lead runner out. Out number 2 on the fielder's choice. What a life-saving grab for Garza there.
Well, how about Will Bermudez? First of all, he retires Benjamin Rosengard at third, so that's vice versa of how the last inning ended. But Bermudez strikes through with his first hit of the series, a 2-run single, and then makes a couple fantastic plays in this inning already, grabbing that pop out on the outfield grass.
Still runners at first and second, but different runners. Jablonski at second. There's a called strike to David Whittle. 2 outs. Pitch from Garza, breaking ball in for strike 2. Now Garza has a chance to get a massive shutdown inning after a massive frame for his offense. 0-2 fouled back on the fastball there. Haven't seen a lot of fastballs from Garza so far because the off-speed stuff has been working well. It worked well for Toporek, who exits the game now in line for the potential victory. 0-2, half swing, goes around for strike 3. Garza finishes out the next 2 batters and leaves 2 stranded. First 0 on the board since the first inning for the Regulators, and it comes at an inopportune time. They trail by 5 heading into the final 3 innings of this game. Jesse Cook will take you through those when we come back on the Coast Media Network.
Well, the Long Beach Regulators head out to the field with a very different ball game than how they entered the last inning. They were ahead 4-2. Now the Missoula Paddleheads lead by a margin of 9-4. New pitcher out there for Long Beach. Submarine right-hander Steven Ordorica digging in to face the 9-1-2 segment of the Paddleheads order. Tai Yukamoto, Enzo Apodaca, and Nick Klemp. Righty to lefty. First pitch runs high and inside. Called a strike. Yukamoto crowding the plate, leaned out of the way, but Ordorica works in his sinker at 81 miles per hour for strike one. He dips down, swung on rope to the right side. Jablonski dives, it's by him at second into right field. Yukamoto aboard with that hit past the diving reach of the Long Beach middle infielder. Back to the top of the order, and Enzo Apodaca, he's 1 for 4 in that one. Well, it's a big two, a double, bringing home a couple runs last time up in the 6th inning. Here we are in the top of the 7th. 9-4 Missoula. The man on deck, Nick Klemp, has homered in each of his last 2 plate appearances. Ordorica now dealing to the lefty. Here he goes. Misses low and away on the sinker. 1-0 count. Well, Missoula, in its last 9 batters, has recorded 8 hits. Throw over to first, and standing back in is Yukamoto. Michael Ball, the only person without a hit over this last trip through the order. Apodaca a double. Klemp a homer. Throw over to first. They might have him. Tag applied. Oh, you bet. Ordorica, a quick pick. Best applies the tag, and Yukamoto. You don't know Yukamoto. He's caught sleeping, trying to gain an edge on Ordorica, who he evidently hasn't studied because he has a mean pickoff move to first. Base is empty for Apodaca. The next pitch runs high and inside. 2-0 count. Black glove at the belt to Ordorica with 1 out, fires. This one nubbed out to short. Diving to make the catch is Anthony Mata. A shallow spin on that one. It dropped back in quickly, and Mata lays out, muddying up the front of his white and black pinstripe jersey. Well, that's a little life for a team that stranded runners in scoring position during the last frame after allowing 7 runs to score. Long Beach still trailing by 5. Top 7, 2 away, bases empty. Nick Klemp at the plate, first pitch. A sinker for a strike at the knees. Klemp, 3 home runs this week, 6 RBIs. Tagging Long Beach is 0-1, up high and away. 1-1 now. The Everett, Washington native at the plate, swinging an all-black bat, the 1-1. He cuts and grounds it to second. Jablonski on it, has it, throws it, got him. We move on to stretch time. Long Beach in a divot, but working its way out with some stellar defense. The pickoff, the diving grab, and the routine grounder. Moving us on with a 9-4 Missoula lead, heading to the bottom of the 7th on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Bottom of the 7th inning on the way, and the Missoula Paddleheads bring in a new pitcher, leading 9-4 against the Long Beach Regulators. It's the right-hander Brock Lambert taking his baby blue mitt to the mound to face off with the top of the Long Beach order in Eddie Pelk, followed by Matthew Bardowell and Cuba Bess. That trio is a combined 2 for 5 today with a walk. First pitch drops for a strike, low and away, 0-1 for Pelk. In correction, that trio a combined 3 for 8 today with a walk and a Cuba Bess home run. Pelk 1 for 3. Lambert, his 0-1. Pelk stares at the fastball high and outside, 1-1 count. From the rookie out of Houston Christian University, bringing in a 6.00 earned run average across his 22 appearances, all out of the bullpen. 1-1. Misses low and away on a 92-mile-per-hour burner. Lambert has allowed earned runs in just one of his last 6 outings. The Missoula right-hander steadies first base side of the rubber. Here it is. Pelk watches the breaking ball. 3-1 count. Last 2 outings against the Great Falls Voyagers up in Missoula. 2 innings, just 1 hit across that time. 4 strikeouts. His 3-1. Pelk swings, taps it towards short. On the run, Bermudez has it, throws off balance to first, a lollipop, and it's not sweet enough for him. Eddie Pelk hustles it out for the infield hit.
Wow. I mean, Will Bermudez, quite a throw. Obviously, you can't beat Eddie Pelk when he's charging up the line and the ball is hit that deep in the hole, but that was reminiscent of a couple of shortstops with the number 2 on their back. I'd say that throw there.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not too far gone from Hall of Fame weekend. It was a month ago. Derek Jeter was in attendance for that. That looked a lot like him. Great play there. And of course, down in San Diego, they've got a guy named Xander Bogaerts.
Well, I was thinking of one that's closer to home. The hitting facility named after Troy Tulowitzki.
Matthew Bardowell swings at the first pitch over the curveball, low and away, 0-1 count. Of course, Troy Tulowitzki batting facility. Anthony Mata, number 2, playing shortstop for Long Beach. Eddie Pelk on first, nobody out, bottom 7, 9-4 Missoula. Next pitch in the righty-righty affair forces a swing and miss, 0-2 count. And Bermudez has had a fantastic game defensively so far. Last inning, he chased down a pop-up into no man's land and ended up making a very smart play, picking a sharp grounder and nabbing a runner at third. 0-2. Misses low and away and skips by the catcher Vargas off his mitt. His first passed ball of the series moves Eddie Pelk up into scoring position. Still a 5-run lead for the Paddleheads in the bottom of the 7th with nobody out. And now a 1-2 count for Bardowell. The shortstop out of Whittier, Bermuda, is playing closer to second now. 1-2 for Bardowell. That skips in. 2-2 count.
It's the first time in the 3 pitchers that Bardowell and the Regulators offense are starting to see a bit faster pitches and a bit more of space between that changeup and fastball, that last one at 81. But that fastball by Lambert creeps up at around 91, 92.
Here he goes with the 2-2. Bardowell swings and digs this one on the ground into left field. Stop sign for Eddie Pelk at third base. Men on the corners with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning for a Long Beach team trailing by 5. Well, there was that fastball. Rather, there was a breaking ball, and Bardowell squared it up. Fastball has some kick to it, but the breaking ball slowed down, and Bardowell kept time. Here's Cuba Bess. He would have had to take a stopwatch to measure how long that ball took to fall on his home run. It probably would have made its way into the upper portions of a minute. That ball hung up there. Here's Missoula's pitching coach, Easton Barnes, taking a trip out to the mound. So Brock Lambert thinking things over after that hard single from Bardowell. Rocked off the bat at 107 miles per hour. Cuba Bess waiting outside the left-handed batter's box. The meeting on the mound begins to break. Bess's 23rd home run of the season arrived last time up. He's 1 for 3 in this game. Regulators chant breaking out across Blair Field. The bleachers, an instrument for a chorus of stomps. Righty pitching to a lefty, men on the corners. Here he goes. Bess swings and flips it high down the left field line. Hanging up, charging in, Yukamoto from left field and foul ground. He lets it go. He overran it and perhaps thought better of Eddie Pelk's speed on third. Yukamoto, that looked like he may have intentionally let that ball fall, thinking about the potential sacrifice fly that would have resulted. So now he trades that foul out for a chance to keep Long Beach off the board. But with runners on the corners and nobody out, that's a gamble. 9-4 Missoula. Lambert sets again. From the first base side, here he is, missing outside and middle. 1-1 for Bess. One and one. He swings and misses down by his ankles. Well, a strikeout here would put Long Beach in position to end this inning on a double play. And Yukamoto, whether intentional or not, would look like a genius in the outfield. Waiting on deck is Emilio Corona, who has an RBI in this game, but he's 0 for 3 as that run arrived on a ground out. Lambert, after a heavy breath, his 1-2. Bess swings and drives it deep to left center field. Oh, that's burning for the wall, way back, and it kicks off the bottom of the fence. Pelk jogs home. Barnwell racing behind him. Green light on a bobble and left, but he then holds up at third on a switch signal from Troy Gloss. Cuba Bess into second with an RBI double, and Long Beach has the tying run on deck, down by 4 in the bottom of the 7th inning with nobody out.
That was interesting. Bardowell stumbled at third. Troy Gloss was still giving him the green light to continue towards home, but Bardowell sensed trouble, and I think that was a smart move there by Bardowell just to stay put.
And perhaps another smart move coming up. Lambert fails to record an out. Michael Schlacht lets him go 3 batters in, and he allows a hit to every single one. Here he comes to replace him. New pitcher entering the game, a right-hander for Missoula. We'll tell you all about the fresh face, the fresh arm, and the fresh score when we return on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Well, Long Beach has 2 Woof Wednesdays during the season. This isn't one of them, but it's still a short leash for Missoula manager Michael Schlacht, pulling Brock Lambert out of the ball game after he records 0 outs. 3 batters, 3 hits. Now Long Beach comes up with 2 men in scoring position against the righty Ritter Steinman. 9-5, the Paddleheads lead in the bottom of the 7th inning with nobody out. Emilio Corona at the plate. Cuba Bessa on second after his RBI double. Matthew Bardowell on third. Steinman, he whirls home. Corona stares at a slider that dances low and outside. 1-0 count. A second-year Pioneer Leaguer, Steinman, bends in, splitting this season between a couple Montana teams, Billings and Missoula, with a 829 earned run average in total. 1-0. Same pitch, a little higher, but still outside for a 2-0 count. Steinman started with an 874 earned run average with Billings, but has dropped it down to 813 in his time with Missoula. 2-0. And Corona may want to keep the bat on his shoulder, as that's a copy and paste slider high and outside for ball 3.
I think Michael Schlacht saw that these batters were starting to understand the straightforward fastball changeup delivery.
3-0, and Corona keeps his bat in check, but the fastball finds the strike zone low and away.
And now Steinman, who starts things out with a couple of breaking balls, does not find a benefit. He has to go to his fastball there to get strike 1.
Well, here he goes again, and the fastball this time misses high and away. Corona bat flips on his way to first with the bases loaded now. Long Beach bringing the tying run to the plate, and the man who has a penchant for hitting grand slams, Cooper Vest, author of one of the 9 this team has slugged this season, and the first in team history, comes up. Of his 12 home runs, only 1 has arrived in the friendly confines, but we talked about this the other night on Tuesday, that Long Beach can get this done piecemeal. Sometimes they hurt themselves by thinking they need to hit a home run, taking longer cuts and missing. Righty to lefty. Fastball for a strike. 9-5 Missoula, bottom 7, bases loaded, nobody out. Eddie Pelk already scoring this inning on Cuba Bessa's double. This was a 4-2 Long Beach lead. Missoula enjoyed a 7-run 6th to take the lead. 0-1, Vest swings, powers it to straightaway center field, holding up for Kazuski. He makes the catch. Bardowell tags from third. The relay to the infield stops at second base, and it's 9-6 Missoula with runners on first and second and 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. Cooper Vest pulls into one for the sacrifice fly. Here comes Benjamin Rosengard, and since he changed his walk-up music today, he has been on a burner. 3 for 3 since choosing something simple by Ella Langley. One of those hits, a triple. Righty pitching to a lefty once again. Steinman out of the stretch. Rosengard watches the slider sway in for a strike at the belt. Steinman making just his 4th appearance in a Missoula jersey. 0-1. Swung on, nubbed behind third base. A tough one. It falls fair and lands rolling into the corner. Best speeding on home. He makes it to the plate. Rosengard into second. That moves Corona over to third, and Benjamin Rosengard is 3/4 of the way to the cycle. He is 4 for 4, and Long Beach only trails by 2 now. 9-7 Missoula with nobody out, with 1 out in the bottom of the 7th inning and 2 men in scoring position.
Wow. The way he had to draw in his hands and get that into fair territory was like he planned it, like he was trying to throw a lawn dart and it finds the inside part of the chalk.
Well, that brings up Jacob Jablonski, the switch hitter, batting as a lefty. Steinman kicks home. Jablonski swings, knocks it high on the ground over to first base. That brings home Corona. Underhand to first. Jablonski dives, and he's safe! He's safe! Steinman was off the bag! The tying run is at third. Long Beach only trails by 1. Jablonski goes head first, full send into first base on an already high-hopping ground ball. This was a 5-run lead for Missoula at the beginning of the inning. The whiplash effect of this baseball game has already swung it Missoula's way with that 7-run sixth, and now the Coast have an opportunity to tie it up, and with something in the gap, maybe even take the lead. Jacob Jablonski has some wheels on first. And here's Anthony Mata, who's already fired off a couple RBIs in this game. Righty-righty affair. Steinman, baby blue glove at his waist. Kicks home. Mata swings over the slider, foul tipping it. 9-8, Missoula. 1 out, bottom of the 7th. Runners on the corners. Steinman in a closed-off stance on the third base side. Whips home. Mata swings, grounds it over to short. Bermudez has it, flipping to second for 1. The turn to first just in time. Well, Long Beach falls a run short in this inning, but still has closed the gap after it was 5. 4 runs coming home. 9-8 your score, moving on to the top of the 8th. The Regulators turning this one, which looked like a blowout, into a barn burner. We'll be back with the top of the 8th on the Long Beach Baseball Network. What was a wide lead for Missoula, now down to a run. Their bats head back to the plate for the top of the 8th inning. 9-8 they lead. Long Beach scores 4 in the bottom of the 7th. And now the Regulators bring right-hander Steven Ordorica to try and keep this one close. His first pitch lands for a strike to the left-handed hitting Bryce Sermonelli. 0-1 count. Jesse Cook with you on the mic. Joey Miller to my right. Sermonelli has had a good day, 2 for 2. Ordorica fires again. This one nubbed foul to the left side. 0-2 count. Ordorica, he entered this game at the beginning of the last inning. He's allowed 1 hit, but benefited from his own pickoff move, retiring Taiyu Komodo and forcing a couple infield outs after that. 0-2. Swung on and again fouled to the left side netting. Ordorica tilts his glasses down, checks home and deals. Swung on and again, fouled to the left side. Sermonelli protecting on the outer half.
You know, in such a close contest, I'm really loving Long Beach finding their never say die mentality. Down by 5, they're back in this contest.
0-2 again. Swinging a dribbler to second base. Jacob Jablonski on it. Side arms to first for the out. And Jablonski playing the latest role in that never say die mentality because he went full send. With one out, he had a ground ball to first base that ended up scoring from third Emilio Corona, and Jablonski, noting the confusion at first with the pitcher covering the bag, went burning for it, dove into first, and made his way aboard. Of course, he was retired in a double play after that, but still adding a boost to his team with that type of hustle. Here's Xavier Casarilla, righty to righty, misses high and away. Orderica whirls. Drops his heater in there for a strike, low and away. Long Beach, when entering the seventh inning, down to its opponent, 5-16. Next pitch, swinging a knock to the backstop. 1-2 count. Long Beach, of those 5 wins, 1 arrived here at Blair Field. 7 losses at home. Next pitch, swinging a pop fly, first base side. Cooper Vest underneath. Jacob Jablonski calls him off and makes the catch. Well, the last 3 outs for Missoula have all gone the way of Jabs. Ground out to second to end the 7th, ground out to second to start the 8th, and a pop out to second. Here comes Nate Vargas. He's 1 for 2 with a pair of walks, doubling to left field last time up in that marathon, 12 batters, 6th inning. Orderica with his black undershirt sleeves pulled to the elbows. Settles in a closed-off stance. He whirls to the lefty, swing and a miss. 0-1 count. No action in the Long Beach bullpen. We'll keep an eye on that. 0-1, high and inside, it hits him. Vargas knocks square in the back, drops his bat and walks this one off. Well, just as we say there's no action in the right field, Jared Weaver bullpen, a couple pitchers have begun moving around. Of course, if Long Beach ties the game or takes the lead in the bottom of the 8th, we can expect Zach Volker to try for his 18th save, which would push him alone to second all-time in Pioneer League history for the single-season record, 1 behind Connor Sullivan of last year's Oakland Ballers. Does look like that's Volker out there warming up. Here's Will Bermudez on the left side, first pitch. He watches, that lands for a strike at the belt. 9-8 Missoula, 2 away, runner on first, top 8. Long Beach has 9-1-2 due up in the bottom half of this inning with catcher David Whittle, leadoff man Eddie Pelk, and Matthew Bartowell behind him. Orderica's 0-1. Up high. Now, something to note about Volker, if he enters the game, he has gone 11 straight appearances without allowing an earned run. 1-1. Inside and high. 2-1 count. He has been the go-to limiter, as evidenced by his 17 saves, but even in games where Long Beach is down by a run with a chance to come back or tied up, manager Troy Percival has looked his way on a few occasions. Two and one. Misses downstairs and away. Conservative lead on first for Vargas, 2 steps. The 3-1 misses low and away. The sinker landing close, but outside the zone. Runners on first and second for the Paddleheads for a dangerous hitter in Michael Kazuski. He's 2 for 3 with a walk. He's scored twice in this ball game. Here comes manager Troy Percival walking out to the mound, and here comes Volker heading to the door. We'll make the confirmation on Zach Volker's entrance after a quick break. That appears to be it for Stephen Orderica. We'll be back on the Long Beach Baseball Network. New pitcher in the game for Long Beach. Right-hander Zach Volker headed out there. No chance for a save for the league leader in that category with 17. Zach Volker entering the top of the 8th. Down a run. The Missoula Paddleheads lead 9-8. They've got runners on first and second with 2 outs. Jesse Cook with you on the mic. Joey Miller to my right. The first batter, the man who enters to Ozzy Osbourne's War Pigs Black Sabbath song, is Michael Kazuski. He's 2 for 3. Formidable foe for the Long Beach leader in opponent batting average. Volker limiting opposing offenses to just a 194 batting line. He's enjoyed 11 consecutive appearances without allowing an earned run. Righty pitches to lefty. Fastball for a strike high and away at 94 miles per hour. Challenged by Kazuski, and his Red Pocket Mobile ABS strike zone challenge is correct. Public address announcer August McAdoo overturns that decision from home plate umpire and crew chief Max Ponce. Nate Vargas on second, reached as a hit batsman. Will Bermudez walked his way to first. Volker's 1-0. Misses low and outside. It's called a strike. Challenged again. And once again, Kazuski is correct. Back-to-back challenges for a Missoula team that only has 1 remaining in the Pioneer League. If you get it wrong. Oh, and Michael Schlacht is arguing, and he's been tossed. Yelling at Max Ponce about those signals, and here he comes. Now that he's been tossed, Pete Saucedo ends up in his way. A red-faced Schlacht charging at him and now turning back to his dugout. Can't say we didn't see this one coming. Schlacht has been aggravated this series, talking to the umpires about a few signals with which he has disagreed, and there he goes.
And a little bit of history. I believe that is the first ejection at Blair Field for the Long Beach Coast season. Not for them, but still some history.
That's right.
Maybe not where Schlacht wanted to enter into the history book, but he has seen
I
a
don't know,
lot
some
of history.
guys take pride in being tossed out of a game.
He got his money's worth.
Yeah.
But now that is 6 for 7 on challenges for Missoula tonight. That's 6 straight as well. Fantastic calls by Nate Vargas, the catcher, and now Michael Kazuski.
Well, everything settles down. 9-8 Missoula, runners on first and second, 2 away, top 8. And a 2-0 count off of 2 successful challenges by Kazuski, the batter. Volker kicks up high. Fastball downstairs for ball 3. 94 miles per hour there on the heater. Waiting on deck is Michael Ball, who's 1 for 4. It's hard to find weak spots in either lineup tonight. Both teams piling on 14 hits to this point. Volker after a breath. Here he goes. Inside and low, ball 4. The bases are loaded for the Paddleheads. Off of 3 free passes. A hit by pitch and 2 walks. Well, Michael Ball earns an opportunity here. Well, his lineup spot does, but here comes a pinch hitter for the Paddleheads. Left-handed hitting Dan Talkin, the Murray State product. He comes in with the bases loaded. Talking a .298 hitter. 22 RBIs on the season. Volker, glove at the belt. Here he goes. Swing and a miss in front of the curveball. That's been the bread and butter of late for Volker. Tried only fastballs against Kazuski. Switches to the soft stuff for Talkin. The Long Beach State product on the mound. Turns home. Swing and a miss on a curveball in the dirt. Skips away from Whittle, but he keeps it close. 0-2 count. Well, this would be the second time today Missoula loads the bases and fails to record a run. Volker crouches, pitching from the middle of the rubber. Bases loaded around him, 2 away, top 8. Missoula ahead by 1 and at the plate with a chance to add on more. Long Beach scored 4 in the bottom of the 7th to cut the gap. 0-2. Freezes him on the fastball. 93-mile-per-hour heat, and we move on to the bottom of the 8th inning on a cold backwards K. For Long Beach, it's 9-1-2 and Whittle, Pelk, and Bardowell when we return on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Vargas is not on the field at all. Missoula's walking the tightrope, 9-8 ahead of the Long Beach Regulators, who return to the plate having scored 4 runs in the last inning to cut the gap. Spence Kaufman leads off, pinch hitting for David Whittle, the catcher, against the new pitcher. In fact, everyone from the pitcher to home is new. This Josh Johnson with Sergio Gutierrez behind the plate. Righty pitches to righty and drops in the curveball for strike 1. 0-1 count to Kaufman, who enters with a .355 batting average. Now the rookie for Missoula on the mound walks in with a 10.38 ERA. Johnson deals and misses, low and away. 1-1 count for Kaufman. Missoula started this game behind, then scored 7 runs in the 6th inning to take a 9-4 lead. Now 9-8. 1-1. Kaufman swings and slugs it foul to the right side. The top of the order is on deck, and that's who began that rally in the last inning. Eddie Pelk, Matthew Bardowell, Cuba Bess, Cooper Vest, all reaching base in order and all scoring. Long Beach stranded the tying run at third on a double play. 1-2. Kaufman checks a swing at a fastball tempted up by his eyes. Johnson replacing Ritter Steinman, who cleans up with an inning of work, allowing 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk. High leg kick. Kaufman swings and tears this one into right field, but it hangs up for Enzo Apodaca, who makes the catch. A screaming line drive, 102 miles per hour off the bat, but Kaufman retired on that good stroke there. Here comes Eddie Pelk. He's 2 for 4 with a couple singles. The last one, he started that cascade with an infield hit. Out of the stretch, righty to lefty. Fastball misses high and away. Johnson, glove at his stomach. He deals. Pelk watches low and inside, 2-0 count. His 107 free passes leads the Pioneer League, not just this season, but all time for a single campaign. His .531 on base percentage tops the league as well. Two-0 to Pelk. He leans back. The changeup is called a strike way above the belt, and Pelk decides against challenging. Missoula's manager, Michael Schlacht, ejected last inning, arguing balls and strikes with home plate umpire Max Ponce. 2-1. Pelk keeps his bat in check, the fastball missing high and away. And that's challenged by Missoula. This one lands for a strike according to the Red Pocket Mobile ABS Strike Zone Challenge. And public address announcer August McAdoo tells the ballpark that has been overturned from ball to strike. One away, nobody on. 1-run lead for Missoula. 2-2 count for Pelk. Out of the stretch. That's by his shoelaces. Escaping to the backstop. 3-2 for the GCU product. A Santa Clara Banana Slug on the mound. And Grand Canyon University Lope at the plate. Payoff pitch. Pelk watches that one, and he's aboard with ball 4. 108 walks in a single season, clearing the Pioneer League record set last year by Evan Scavato by 22.
And that's also now 5 walks across the past 3 days. Multiple walks in the past 2 nights as well.
Well, here comes a mound visit for Missoula that I believe is David Peterson taking a trip out there. Whatever action has been brewing in the left field Steve Traxel visiting bullpen has not led to anyone hopping through the door. So Missoula now working with the tying run on base. Meets on top of the rubber. Matthew Bardowell and his powerful bat played a large role in clinching the first half pennant for Long Beach in a similar situation. Tied up in Modesto in the 9th inning, he slugged a 2-run homer to go and win that game. Long Beach winning the first half pennant, a half game ahead of the Billings Mustangs, needing to win out that weekend, and that helped on the way to doing so.
Modesto, who just lost their 2nd game in a row. Now, right now, the Paddleheads are 5 games behind the Roadsters, so this is an important game, an important rest of the series for them.
And not to mention Long Beach in the overall standings only holds a half-game lead over Billings, a 2-game lead over the Modesto Roadsters.
On a 7-game winning streak, by the way.
The Billings Mustangs, that is. Righty-righty affair, tying run on first, bottom of the 8th, 1 out. The pitch, Bardowell watches the breaking ball land for a strike. 0-1 count. Josh Johnson still out there. Dealt earlier this week. A perfect inning against Long Beach, but the Coast, rebranding as the Regulators tonight, won that game 10-3. 0-1. Bardowell checks a swing on a bender in the dirt, and first base umpire Pete Sacedo says, yes, he did go around. This inning began with Spence Kaufman lining out to right field on a ball that just carried too much. Eddie Pelk works the full count walk. Now Matthew Bardowell backed up 0-2. Johnson from the first base side. Bardowell swings and keeps himself afloat, fouling it to the back netting. A Let's Go Long Beach chant breaking out across Blair Field. 0-2 still the count for Bardowell. Low leg kick. He swings and drives it high deep to left center field for the light tower, for the downs, and for the lead. That ball is gone. 10-9 Long Beach. Matthew Bardowell delivers with the biggest swing of this game. 403 feet, and no doubt in anyone's mind once that left his bat at 101 miles per hour.
Oh, man, this place is buzzing.
Well, on Regulators night, under a clear black sky, that is a clear white moonshot. And it brings up Cuba Best, who already slugged one earlier in this game. Base is empty. 10-9. Regulators. One out. Bottom 8. Out of the stretch. He swings and fouls it to the left side.
And what I love about that is that you don't have to wait until the 9th inning. Sure, it's a one-run game, but that's a huge breath for Zach Volker, who knows he can go and clean things up in the top of the 9th.
0-1. Best swings and pops it up behind third base. Shallow left field. Yukimoto racing in down the line. He camps out underneath and makes the catch. 2-away. Long Beach ahead by 1. Matthew Bardowell bashing the Regulators ahead. And you're right. Now Long Beach gets to walk into the 9th inning ahead by a run with a little extra confidence. Emilio Corona, batting with 2 outs, has a chance to bolster that if he can force his way aboard. We are also on cycle watch for Benjamin Rosengard, by the way, a home run shy. Righty to righty, Corona swings and drags this one out to short. Bermudez has it, sidearms to first, and we move on to the top of the 9th inning. The Regulators ahead on a Bardo bash to left center field. 10-9 your score. Long Beach 3 outs from a come-from-behind victory in a whiplash game. It's 9-1-2 for Missoula against the league leader in saves, Zach Volker, when we return on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Well, how many times can the tables turn in one ball game? Long Beach started out ahead 4-2. Missoula capped 7 runs in the 6th inning to take a lead. And Long Beach, thanks to a Matthew Bardowell 2-run homer, is back ahead 10-9, entering the top of the 9th inning. Zach Volker, the right-hander, back out there on the bump. Back out there on the bump. Although he leads the league in saves with 17, he's trying for the win this time because he entered the game in the 8th inning still down a run. He's facing Tai Yukimoto, the left-handed hitting left fielder, to lead things off. Volker, tan glove at the belt, side steps home, swinging a foul tip to the left side, out of play, 0-1 count. Long Beach, when entering the 8th inning trailing, is 5-16, a chance to move that to 6-16, thanks to that Bardo blast, his 13th homer of the season, a moonshot, might I add. 0-1. Yukamoto watches the breaking ball downstairs. It's a 1-1 count. Tai Yukamoto in this game, 1 for 2. Couple walks, a single last time up, but he grounded into a double play in the fourth. Zach Volker working on home is 1-1. Yukamoto swings and pops it up behind second base. The shortstop, Anthony Mata, underneath. He makes the catch. One away in the top of the ninth inning. Zach Volker trying to work towards 12 consecutive appearances without allowing an earned run. A crucial game in the second half standings because Missoula has been creeping up on the formerly surging Modesto Roadsters. Enzo Apodaca batting on the left side. Volker winds on home and hits him on the front foot. So the tying run is aboard for the Paddleheads to bring up Nick Klemp. Well, if Matthew Barnwell can hit a 2-run homer, Nick Klemp can turn his day into a 3-home run barrage. Solo shot in the 5th, 2-run homer in the 6th, and here he is in the 9th inning, representing the go-ahead run. But back on the standings, Missoula losing 4 of its last 5, started out 27-1 in the second half. Missoula now 5 games back after being 8 games back. First pitch. Called a strike low and away on a curveball. Klemp challenges this one. Missoula successful on 6 of 7 tries for challenges, and now 7 for 8. Public address announcer August McAdoo overturning that Red Pocket Mobile ABS strike zone challenge from strike to ball. 1-0 count here. Klemp on his toes in an open stance on the right side. Volker for the Regulators. Taking his time. Pitch clock at 4. Here it is. He misses inside. It gets by David Whittle to the backstop, and the tying run moves into scoring position on the wild pitch. Long Beach ahead 10-9. Runner on second. 2-0 count here for Klemp. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Long Beach a half game ahead of the Billings Mustangs in the overall standings, trailing Modesto in the second half race by 8 games. Volker pitching from the middle of the rubber. Here he goes. Fastball called a ball, high and inside. 3-0 count. Well, the way Klemp has clubbed the baseball today, it may not be the worst idea to pitch around him, especially if it creates a force at any square base. But the Regulators are not giving themselves much of a hand here against a Missoula team that's proven it can rally in this series, in this game, with that 7-run 6th. Volker calls time and calls out for David Whittle to join him on the mound.
Well, if you recall, last time Volker was on the mound in the top of the 9th, that was just a couple nights ago where things started to look a little bit dicey for him, giving up back-to-back hits on back-to-back pinch hitters. But he still got the job done because he's got a very strong mentality. He's going to need that here as he's getting some words of encouragement right now from Jacob Jablonski saying, hey, I got you.
The second baseman taking a trip to the mound to talk to him. Now everybody breaks. Volker's 7th appearance in the month of August. The 5th of those 6th was a blown save due to no fault of Volker's own on a drop ball in center field when the Oakland Ballers tied it on Friday night a week ago. 3-0, high and inside, ball 4. So Nick Klemp is aboard. Enzo Apodaca stands on second. There's 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Here comes manager Troy Percival taking his characteristic jog out to the mound. Fleet-footed for this one, bringing in the entire infield. Missoula bringing Bryce Sermonelli to the plate on the left side. Brett Wozniak has begun to loosen in the Long Beach bullpen. It's now the 3rd time in the last week he was brought into the game. Second time, Volker earned the save. Here trying to secure the win. Elliott Good heads over to first base to replace Nick Klemp as a pinch runner. It is still Bryce Sermonelli on the left side of the dish, though. Volker hanging out there. Righty pitching to a lefty. Tying run in scoring position. Corner infielder Benjamin Rosengard at third, pinched in on the grass. Everyone else back. Volker stares at second, turns home. Swung on and fouled to the left side. Oh and 1. Sermonelli leaning over the plate, 2 for 5 in this Friday night affair. Volker works home. Swung on, nubbed down the third base line. Pass. Rosengard's reach into left field. Here comes Apodaca to tie the game. 10-10 on a screwball down the chalk. Runners on first and second. Still one out in the top of the ninth.
And that's just where Rosengard was playing that off to try and shift on the lefty, who got it down on the cued shot by Sermonelli. And now this game is a little bit different.
Especially for Missoula's leader in homers, Xavier Casarilla. None in this series, 28 on the season, second in the Pioneer League. Righty to righty, he swings and pops it foul to the right side. Well, it appears that Benjamin Rosengard will get a chance to try for the cycle. He's a home run away. Zach Volker can rebound after that tooth and nail run. Well, then that would send this crowd into a frenzy. It's Cooper Vest, Benjamin Rosengard, Jacob Jablonski due up in the bottom of the ninth. 0-1. Swung on and roped into the right center field gap. That's rolling a long way. Here comes the go-ahead and good. Behind him, Sermonelli. Relay to the infield. Green light. They might have him at the plate. It's a long throw. He dives and he's in before the ball gets there. 12-10 Missoula on a 2-run double from Xavier Casarilla. His 4th hit of the ball game.
And after coming into this contest with just 1 hit in the first 3 days, finally showing up and showing out for what we know Xavier Casarilla typically produces.
Volker tosses the ball to second, arguing that Casarilla left the bag early. The umpiring crew argues that he's safe. Casarilla went to retrieve his sliding mitt and toss away the shin guard and batting gloves. The Long Beach infielders seem adamant that he should be out at second. Volker steps off the mound again. Base umpire Pete Sacedo tells Volker, do not throw the ball to second. He started his motion. Now here's Sergio Gutierrez taking his first cuts of the game. Volker turns back to second again. Jablonski has it, steps on the base, and same result as before. He's safe. Sergio Gutierrez, the former Florence Yalls and Lexington Legends catcher, a switch hitter, moving in on the left side. A .291 hitter, Gutierrez. Volker swerves home, misses up high. Despite the newfound deficit, the Long Beach crowd banging on the bleachers and getting into it. The pitch, swinging a high pop fly, third base side and foul. Behind the plate, David Whittle, the catcher, chasing, and he runs out of room. 1-1 count for Gutierrez. Resting yesterday, Gutierrez finished on Wednesday 0 for 3 with a pair of walks. His 1 hit in this series, an RBI double that helped add insurance for Missoula in that 3-1 win to open up the series on Tuesday. Volker. Glove at his waist. One out, runner on second, down a pair. Turns home. Gutierrez swings and pops it foul. Left side now to play. 1-2 count for the Venezuelan-born catcher who now calls Burlington, Kentucky home during the offseason. Checking around some other important scores throughout the Pioneer League. The Billings Mustangs win today at Great Falls 6-5. The Modesto Roadsters look close to their third consecutive loss. The Oakland Ballers handling them 10-6 at the moment in the ninth inning. Volker glares at second. His 1-2. Gutierrez swings and, you guessed it, fouls off to the left side one more time. The Red Pocket Mobiles fall to the Idaho Falls Chuckers. I believe that's 29 consecutive losses, 6 away from the professional record for consecutive L's set by the 2022 Empire State Grays. Volker's 1-2 again. Gutierrez dances out of the way, the curveball missing by his knees. 2-2 count. Missoula trying to rally to victory in a game where Paddleheads manager Michael Schlacht was ejected. That occurred in the top of the 8th inning. Volker's 2-2. Downstairs. Well, the action has ceased in the Long Beach bullpen. David Whittle challenges that call, and he's correct. The Red Pocket Mobile ABS strike zone challenge overturns the ball call to a strike. There are 2 away in the top of the 9th inning. 12-10 Paddleheads. That calls Will Bermudez to the dish on the left side. Well, after a hitless start to this series, this has been a bright spot for him. A few defensive web gems, also an RBI 2-run single in the 6th inning. Righty pitching to a lefty. Runner on second. 2-run lead for Missoula. 2 away, top 9. Out of the stretch. Fastball lands downstairs. 1-0. Volker staring home. He sets. Fires high and inside. Bermudez dodges out of the way. Well, like a Ben Stiller movie, you don't need to be a philosophizer to get out of the way of that pitch. Dodge, duck, dive, dodge. The 5 Ds of dodgeball, I believe, in the movie. 2-0. Bermudez grounds this to second. Jablonski picks it. He throws on to first. And here come the bats needing a rally. Once again, Long Beach trailing. We move on to the bottom of the 9th. Vest, Rosengarten, Jablonski due up, down by 2 on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Bottom of the ninth inning on the way. A contest which the Long Beach Regulators have led twice. The Missoula Paddleheads now hold the advantage 12-10 with their closer, Matthew Taubensee, entering the game. The best ERA among qualifying pitchers on the roster, down at 3.00. He leads the team with 7 saves. The lefty facing off with Cooper Vest, a fellow southpaw, to lead things off. First pitch. Vest stares at the slider up high, 1-0 count. Jesse Cook with you on the mic. Joey Miller to my right. Long Beach led 10-9 entering the top of the ninth, but Missoula rides in with a 4-hit rally. Next pitch, down by the knees for a strike. Rather a 1-out rally where 4 consecutive batters reach base. Enzo Apodaca, a hit batsman. Elliot Good replacing on the bases Nick Klemp after his walk. Bryce Sermonelli singles. Xavier Casarilla doubles him home. Vest swings and powers this one into the left center field gap, and the tying run is up. Vest burning into second base. Picked up in left field by Tai Yukamoto. 12-10 Missoula. Tying run at the plate now with nobody out in the bottom of the ninth. And a home run for Benjamin Rosengard, who trots to the dish now, would complete the cycle. 2 singles, a double, and a triple. Cooper Vest does all that he can do, setting the table. Now it's up to Rosengard, who has been Mr. Reliable today. His new walk-up song, Something Simple by Ella Langley, taking him to the dish here. He's 4 for 4 after switching songs, lefty to lefty. Downstairs and away, 1-0 count. His only home runs in a Long Beach jersey arrived up in the mountains of Ogden, Utah, down here at sea level. So far, nothing to speak of in going yard. 1-0. He cuts and flares it down the left field line. Yukamoto chasing towards foul ground, and that falls fast out of play. 1-1 count for Rosie. Batting .500 in the series at 7 for 14. He lays the all-tan bat on his back shoulder, the pine tar mixing with the black of the shoulders on the jersey. Matthew Taubensee takes a step off the mound to resettle. Taubensee's second season in Missoula, including that ERA we discussed earlier. He's making his 3rd appearance of this week against Long Beach with 2 shutout innings. Copy and paste on Tuesday and Thursday. 1 inning, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts.
Couple of free bases his last time, though. He only faced 4 batters in his 7th save for the series opening victory on Tuesday. Right now he gives up that hit. You'd expect that to be his only one, but with 0 outs, who's to say what can happen?
Long Beach in a position to find out. 12-10 Missoula. Runner on second, nobody out, bottom 9. Lefty pitches, lefty swings and pops it foul. Out of play over the backstop, 1-2 count. Matthew Taubensee, son of former major leaguer with Cleveland, Houston, and Cincinnati, Ed Taubensee, saddling up here for Missoula. Looking for his 8th consecutive appearance without an earned run. 1-2, swerves outside. 2-2 on the fastball. Missoula holding a tenuous grasp of the last playoff spot. 2.5 games ahead of the surging Billings Mustangs, who as of today have won 7 in a row. That's in the second half standings. Missoula 3.5 games ahead of the Ogden Raptors, who are currently in a knockout round, what the Pioneer League replaces extra innings with against Yuba Sutter, a home run derby. Lefty pitches, lefty swings and fouls it off again. Rosengard keeping himself afloat.
And this is one of the longest at-bats we've seen for Rosengard tonight, who has stayed aggressive after taking the first couple of pitches, really wanting to make an impression here in this series.
Well, he has a chance. 2-2. Bends with the curveball, called strike 3 low and inside. He raises his hand to challenge, and he's wrong. Checking in with the ABS Red Pocket Mobile Strike Zone Challenge system. public address announcer August McAdoo announces that call is confirmed for strike 3. Here comes Jacob Jablonski. He's 2 for 4, and luckily enough for Long Beach, the last 2 for the switch hitter, arriving in the last 2 plate appearances. A single in the 6th, a single in the 7th, and for that one he went hustling. First base, left in confusion on a shallow grounder, and he dove head first to just sneak in. Lefty pitches. The switch hitting righty watches that one inside and low. 1-0 count. Cooper Vest a 5-step lead off of second. Taubensee whirls home. Jablonski swings over the fastball. 1-1 count. Long Beach trying to avoid dropping in this series, 3-1. It would throw the Regulators a half game back of the Billings Mustangs in the overall standings. Next pitch fouled to the top of the right side netting. Long Beach tied up with Billings for the moment for the top spot in the Pioneer League. Both teams have already clinched a playoff spot. Long Beach winning the first half pennant. Out of the stretch. He swings and flares it to the backstop. Foul. Waiting on deck is Anthony Mata, who has 2 RBIs in this game. He's 1 for 3 with a single in the second, a sacrifice fly in the 4th, and a fielder's choice and double play after that. Taubensee, blue glove at his waist, flips home. Jablonski swings and misses. High heat, 92 miles per hour by the shoulders for strike 3. Long Beach down to its final out in a game where twice it held a lead. The Regulators entered the 9th inning ahead by a run, but Enzo Apodaca reached on a hit by pitch. A wild pitch turned him to second. Nick Klemp walked his way aboard, replaced by Elliott Good on the bases. Bryce Sermonelli singled home the tying run. And then Xavier Casarilla pushed them ahead. Anthony Mata swings at the first pitch and fouls it to the right side. Well, Matthew Taubensee, 1 inning on Tuesday, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. 1 inning on Thursday, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. He's 2 strikes away from doing that exact thing for the 3rd time this week and earning his 8th save. He steps off the mound. Long Beach suffering one of those late season spirals that can affect teams that have already secured their playoff spot, in danger of losing 5 of their last 6. Taubensee calls a momentary time. Sergio Gutierrez, his catcher, takes a minute to talk with him. During that meeting, the Long Beach crowd cheering as a result of that mound visit. Anthony Mata, with a runner in scoring position, bats .288. 12-10 Missoula, 2 away, bottom of the 9th inning. Runner on second in the form of Cooper Vest, who doubled to start this frame. 0-1 count for Mata. Southpaw on the mound. Mata in the right-handed batter's box crowding the plate. The 0-1 leans back as the fastball hits for a strike low and inside. Mata says a couple words to home plate umpire Max Ponce and resets. Three lead changes in this ball game to this point. Missoula for the win, the 0-2. Inside and low. 1-2 count for Mata. The Paddleheads can become the first team ever to start out a 6-game series against Long Beach ahead 3-1 and head into the weekend with a chance on Saturday or Sunday to win this series. 1-2. Called strike 3, low and inside. Paddleheads win 12-10 with a 9th inning comeback. 3-run score in the top of the 9th for Missoula to surge to victory. A game where it looked like the LBC had it thanks to that 2-run homer. to take the lead from Matthew Bartlewell, but it slips away. In a game mired with, well, shouts from both sides. Missoula's head man, manager Michael Schlacht, ejected for arguing balls and strikes. Long Beach's Anthony Mata hopping up and down in the right-handed batter's box after, let's just say, a controversial called strike 3. We'll unpack more of what we can take out of this game into the weekend during our Beach Ball post-game report in just a moment. Don't miss it on the Long Beach Baseball Network. Taking you back to Blairfield after a gut punch of a loss for the Long Beach Regulators. 12-10, the Missoula Paddleheads take 3 of the first 4 games of this week-long series. This contest enduring 3 lead changes, and it looked like the Regulators had it. Bottom of the 8th inning, Matthew Bartlewell punches them ahead with one of the biggest no-doubt moonshots we've seen this season. And it's all for naught. Missoula piles on 3 to come from behind in the top of the 9th inning. Long Beach brings the tying run to the plate with nobody out and cannot capitalize. A tough one, and a week full of tough ones. Jesse Cook with you. Joey Miller to my right on your Beach Ball post-game report. Long Beach losing 5 of its last 6. And the most recent one, the most difficult to swallow, I would say. Long Beach chewed up in the 9th inning. That is tough, Joey.
Yeah, and it's one thing for this loss to get to them, as I'm sure it hopefully won't as much as it did the past couple of losses here in this series. But for a game where it seemed like Long Beach found itself again, they were down in the dumps for the first 3 games. Some would say even in that 10-3 victory where, yes, you had that 1 inning, but this is the first game where we saw consistent scoring. 4 straight innings where Long Beach put up a run on the board. Now, sure, the Paddleheads kept pace in 3 of those innings, but that third was the deciding factor. 7 runs in that 6th, or so they thought, because in the bottom of the 7th, that 4 spot sparked a little bit of interest, sparked a little bit of intrigue. Then in that bottom of the 8th, you get the 2 runs on the board. You know you got Zach Volker coming into the top of the 9th. You know he's allowed a couple aboard, but like you mentioned, Jesse, 11 straight appearances without allowing an earned run. That is erased. Gives up 3 on the 2 free bases and the RBI single from Bryce Sermonelli, that top of the lineup that has been so detrimental this entire series. But the most frustrating part about it, Jesse, that last pitch there, Anthony Mata had a chance to keep the game alive, and he seemingly had a challenge to spare and just decided not to use it on a pitch that missed inside, a pitch that he even argued vocally towards the home plate umpire, Max Ponce. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. The game's over, and now all you have to do is focus on the weekend and hope that you can tie up the series.
Well, and you never know with those things because who knows? Maybe he challenges, maybe he's correct, and maybe he strikes out on the next pitch. That is not the reason Long Beach loses. I mean, a wild pitch to move the tying run into scoring position in the top of the ninth inning with fewer than 2 outs definitely doesn't help. But like we've talked about this week, physical errors happen. It's just a perfect storm in this game for Long Beach. But at least the fans got a good ball game, even if it ends in disappointing fashion. So we do move on into tomorrow. The loss, the fourth for Zach Volker. The win, Josh Johnson has it out of the bullpen. I'm checking my notes to find out how many that is for him. He's 3-1 now. And Matthew Taubensie's 8th save. And 3 times this week he's entered a game against Long Beach. 3 times he's gone 1 inning, allowing 1 hit and striking out 3. And this time he does it again. Paddleheads win 12-10. We'll have you covered for the Beach Ball pregame report at 4:15 tomorrow Pacific time. Make sure you tune in for that ahead of the 4:35 first pitch. If you're thinking about coming out to the game, well, please do so. It's supposed to be beautiful weather, and it's Long Beach, California. When is it not? Gates open at 3:35 here at Blair Field. The starting pitching matchup tomorrow looks set to be Nathan Hemmerling for Long Beach opposite Thomas Reisinger for Missoula. Hemmerling, 6-0, has yet to be struck down in a ball game. Thomas Reisinger, 3-5. That should be a fun one. And now Long Beach has to do something that it has not ever needed, which is a 2-game comeback in a 6-game series. Missoula, the first team to take 3 of the first 4 in a week-long setup. So definitely some work to do for an LBC team that, yes, may be headed to the playoffs, but is facing some adversity. Joey, before we let our wonderful listeners go, what positives can the team take away from a game like this, besides the 2 home runs from Cuba Best and Matthew Bardowell?
Yeah, well, first off, we talked about it in the pregame report, how Bardowell was one of those guys, one of the power hitters who had not had a big fly in the second half. The last one of the first half made an impact towards getting that first place pennant. Then only 2 home runs in the first 2 weeks of the second half in the month of July. Nothing in August. Makes an impact with his bat. Puts his team in the right position to win it. Props to Matthew Bardowell. Props to Benjamin Rosengard, because holy moly, what a game. 4 for 5. I believe that's his first 4-hit day in a Long Beach Coast uniform.
That would be correct.
And Rosengard, I guess that new walk-up song means something to him, because with his swing, it's just something simple.
Thank you, Ella.
Getting something simple into the outfield 4 of his 5 times. Unfortunately, can't come up with the cycle there. But you know what? I'm going to excuse him for that punch-out in the 9th, because what a fantastic comeback for Rosengard, who looks like the Benjamin Rosengard that these paddleheads faced off against last September.
Well, Rosengard walking up to something new, something simple. House on the hill, horse in the yard. Benjamin Rosengard at the ball yard going 4 for 5. That is definitely a positive to take into the weekend. We'll talk all about that and more when we return tomorrow at 4:15 p.m. You don't want to miss it. With Joey Miller, I'm Jesse Cook, thanking you so much for tuning in and signing off.